And welcome in everyone to the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Our Cracked Racquets team so excited to be a part of this inaugural event. And those of you joining us here on the broadcast today, obviously, it's already been a fantastic day of tennis. You look, obviously, we started our morning with the action over in Paris. Iga Swiatek earning her second career slam title, second career French Open title as well. She ultimately earns that straight set victory over Coco Gauff. Of course, those two players still age 21, 18. Feels like we're going to get to enjoy another decade of them having success. Now, on the flip side, of course, fantastic to see some of the rising stars emerging up the ATP and WTA rankings. And that's the opportunity we all have here today as we enjoy this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. And for those of you unaware of this event, going to be a series of 6 men's and women's ITF events held over the next 7 weeks, in both San Diego and Los Angeles areas. And of course, these events going to feature those aspiring junior players, rising collegiate stars, and rising pro tennis talents as well, still looking to earn themselves enough points to compete at the Grand Slam and Masters 1000 tour level events. Of course, before they can get there, they have to proceed through the ITF tour. And I do apologize. I still hear music in my headphones, not still sure if any of you listeners hear that music as well. If you do, obviously we're jamming out here. If not, that's a note. There we go to you, super producer Daniel Westhoff. And now I no longer hear the music. And so we can lock in here. Week 1 semifinal action is what we have for all of you listeners and viewers here today on our Cracked Racquets YouTube stream. Of course, these matches going to be both men's and women's singles semifinals to start out our broadcast. We're going to proceed through both our 2 rounds of singles matches. Then we'll get to our 2 doubles finals later on today. Of course, as I just mentioned, these semifinals going to feature players that listeners and fans of our Cracked Racquets podcast will be familiar with at this point. A couple of them coming off of standout collegiate college careers. One of them still just 18 years old, ascending her way up the WTA rankings. Again, a very fun set of semifinal matches to start our broadcast here today. We're going to be excited to bring those matches to you simultaneously. Of course, if one of them particularly interesting, we'll try to lock in on that match, but we're going to try and hop between the 2 courts, try to provide coverage of all the action happening on the grounds in San Diego. Again, going to be a fun day of matches for all of you listeners and viewers who decide, I keep saying listeners, viewers who decided to turn into our stream. And again, 6 weeks of the next 7, we're going to have SoCal Pro Circuit events for all of you. So we hope you tune in, week week out. It's going to be every Saturday, every Sunday. We'll have consecutive coverage the next 3 weeks, then a week off for my dad's 60th birthday. That's not the reason, but simultaneously does fall in that time. So I'll take it then 3 more weeks here as we have a fantastic summer of Pro Circuit action for all of you. Again, it's going to be San Diego, San Diego, San Diego these next 3 weeks, then the week off. Then we're going to LA, Fountain Valley, Lakewood. Fantastic coverage for all of you to enjoy. With that in mind, it seems like the players are out on court here in Rancho Santa Fe. So let's get to it. Let's head on over to our matches, show you the action we have happening on court. And I want to start out again here in our split screen mode. We've got 2 singles semifinals happening for you. Left side of the screen, our first women's semifinal. Right side of the screen, our first men's semifinal. We'll start with the women's action first. You look on the left side of the screen, it does feature our youngest player in the draw, recently turned 18-year-old Yayi Yang from Chinese Taipei, into a semifinal here in Rancho Santa Fe. It's actually the 4th semifinal she's made in her last 52 weeks. She's now up to a record 19-6 overall in the ITF events she's played. Of course, you look at her ITF junior record. She was someone who was able to catapult into, the top 40 of the ITF junior rankings, was able to play a couple of the junior slams last season, now working her way onto the pro circuit with her results this week. She's currently up to a new career high ranking in the live rankings. You look right now, again, the 18-year-old currently sitting at number 894. A win here today will propel her even further, getting closer and closer to that top 800, so that she won't have to go through qualifying in events as she had to go qualifying to get into the draw here. Of course, against her is a player that many in the SoCal area may be familiar with, a player whose career just wrapped up at St. Mary's, of course. I'm referring to Maria Kazareva, the number 4 seed out of St. Petersburg, Russia. She just finished, again, her final collegiate season, played at the number 1 singles position for St. Mary's. She was an all WCC first team performer in both singles and doubles last season. Believe she got those nominations again this season as well. And look, with her final year of eligibility now expended, she's working her way onto the pro circuit. Already has a solid foundation to sit upon. You look for Kazareva, currently number 827 in the rankings. That's a career high for her. Now, she hasn't played a pro event since last summer. You look at what she was able to do last summer, though, make 3 round of 16s, a quarterfinal as well. She does have a foundation of pro points to start her pro career with, but of course, now that she'll be playing full-time, again, it's open season for her. Any points she gains over the next few months, free points on her resume, nothing to defend until the end of June. This SoCal Pro Series, a massive opportunity for players like Kazareva, who are now trying to work their way onto the pro tour. Again, she's going to have the chance to do that over the next 6-7 weeks, certainly with her ranking continuing to ascend. You look for Kazareva with her results here in the live ranking. She's currently sitting at number 830. 23-year-old will probably get into the majority of these events. Now, again, if she can gain some points, earn a couple of victories, even if it's only 1 a week or 2 in 1 week and a first round exit in another, it's all adding to her resume. So 2 players looking to build upon the foundation they've already said. You've got the rising star in Yang, the former collegiate star in Kazareva. That matchup, our women's semifinal number 1, as you see overhead part of the warm-up underway on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, 2 players who just wrapped up historic collegiate careers at their respective schools. We'll start with unseeded August Holmgren. He was down big in his first set yesterday, I believe down a 5-1 scoreboard deficit, was able to level the set at 5-all. Now he ultimately drops the first set before he's able to come back, earn a 3-set victory, and advance to the semifinal here in Rancho Santa Fe. Of course, you look for Holmgren. He's coming off of an NCAA singles final appearance. The first player to do that for the University of San Diego since, I believe, the 2005 season. And look, August Holmgren, again, currently ranked number 780 in the ATP rankings, has a foundation of success from last summer where he was able to make a futures final, make a separate semifinal, quarterfinal as well, has no points to defend until the start of July. This SoCal Pro Series in an area he's familiar with and recently graduated from San Diego. August Holmgren, a massive opportunity here to get his pro career kick-started already, earning the 4 victories he needs to get to this semifinal round. And now he's going to face a familiar foe in recent University of Florida graduate, former All-American Duarte Valle. Of course, Duarte Valle, the number 3 seed in this event. That's because he's currently the number 691 ranked player in the world. Valle, much future success over the course of last summer. He actually reached multiple futures finals, did it in Naples, Florida, did it in Monastir, reached multiple semifinals, quarterfinals as well. You look for him in his last 52 weeks, 22 and 15 overall on the pro tour. Again, you have that level of success. That's how you're going to work your way up into the top 700. Duarte Valle probably going to get into all 6 of the events if he wants to play all 6 coming up here in this SoCal Pro Series. And again, for a player like Valle, fresh off of graduation from Florida, has no serious points to defend until the start of July. These next 3 weeks, a massive opportunity to just build his resume, maybe get to the top 600, top 500. Now, maybe he can sneak into the qualifying of challenger level matches as well, which of course just offer higher level points and bigger opportunities for him to ascend up the rankings. If you watch any college tennis, you know the top 10, 15, 20 players in the world, they're playing top 100, top 500 level stuff. That's what we're going to get in both Holmgren and Valle. Again, 2 players, different game styles. We'll talk about that throughout the course of their match. But Should be a very fun matchup, and I suppose worth noting, I mentioned the age for our women's semifinals. Duarte Valle, now 23 years old. You look for August Holmgren. He recently just turned 24. So again, fun matchup on our hands here in semifinal number 1 on our men's single side. With that in mind, we see the players going back to their bench. Sounds like time has been called. August Holmgren going to sneak in a couple of last serves just to make sure weapon number 1 is warmed up and ready to rock and roll. But with that, we've got action on our hands now. It's a nice warm-up serve from August Holmgren. Might want to keep that one in the queue for later. Let's see on the left side of your screen.
Ready. Play. Let's go. Play. Let's go.
Semifinal Saturday, now officially underway here at the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. It's Kazireva to serve. Holmgren to serve first on the right side of your screen. Couple of early errors here from Yang. She'll swing freely throughout the course of the match. Firepower, not something she lacks. 3 game point chances here early for Kazireva. Kazireva with the early hold, 4 early errors from Yang. And we'll stay split screen here for these opening service games, and we'll lock in on some of the action right side of your screen. August Holmgren, the serve, the first forehand, the foundation of his success. See the big serve out wide from the 24-year-old. 40 Love now. He's got 3 early game point chances. Things are getting a little tricky for Holmgren here in his opening service game. Meanwhile, Kazireva, early breakpoint chance here.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's a let on Yang. That's tough. Obviously, she tries to dig herself out. We'll go full screen here. Go back to the deuce point here. It's very early on in the dynamic. These points are being played on Yang's terms. She connects cleanly. Seems to be able to generate the errors. Of course, she's also handing plenty of free points over to Kazireva. Another example of that there. Breakpoint chance once again for Kazireva here early in semifinal number 1.
Oh!
Good aggression there from Kazireva. Absorbs the first blow. We get Yang stretched there. Another breakpoint opportunity here. And again, early in this semifinal for the 18-year-old. It's not her first pro semifinal, even of the month. I suppose of the month, given how early it is, but I should say. It's a great return from Kazireva. Great aggression as well to attack the outer thirds of the court. 2-love early break lead here. Let's go back to our men's match. See how Duarte Valles faring in his opening service game, and it's not well. Holmgren, early break as well here for 2-love. Let's go split screen. See if we can see early consolidations here of our 2 breaks. Again, it's Holmgren, Kazireva, perhaps not coincidentally, the two California products. And that forehand from August Holmgren, you can see it at the collegiate level. You can see it now. It's just a weapon. Meanwhile, Kazireva surfing into that body of Yang, giving her nothing, clean in her strike zone. Smart early tactics from both of our former California players.
Let's go.
First serve's the name of the game for both players right now. Kazireva cruising. 3-love first set lead in our women's semifinal. Let's go full screen on the men now. Holmgren, Vale, 2-love. 30-15 here for home.
48-15.
Yeah, now 40-15. Apologize. Scoreboard. There we go. 40-15 now.
Oh!
It's really good stuff from August Holmgren. He does consolidate his lead. So 3-0 now on both courts. And again, the SoCal Pro Circuit, such a great opportunity for players like Holmgren, Vale, Kazireva, Yang, all to have an opportunity to test themselves on the Pro Tour. Do they have what it takes to make it as players? Of course, we're able to do this as we go back to our women's semifinal because of the support of so many different people. Have to give a shout out to, of course, our friends at Wilson. Look, Wilson's been supplying just about the best of the best rackets for a generation now, multiple generations. Credit to Kazireva, the depth on that return was outstanding, but the moment Young got an opportunity to pounce on a short ball, she does. Team love here. Young going big early in the rally, recognizing she needs to do so. Again, do have to give a shout out. It's a heck of a swing there.
30-15. 15 all.
All right. much needed early game point chances here as the 18-year-old qualifier tries to get on the scoreboard. It's on the board 4-1-3 just to finish that thought on Wilson. Again, the more you work in this game, the more you realize the costs associated with it to be able to host an event like this at a beautiful facility like we have here in Rancho Santa Fe. It takes partners like Wilson, the USTA, SoCal Tennis Association Foundation, and others to buy in to try and build at the ground level. That's exactly what this SoCal Pro Circuit provides.
Oh.
Do we see some confidence build here? Just like that, 3 break point chances back. Excuse me, 2 for the 18-year-old. Good swing. Love to see the continued aggression. Even with the errors early, we saw the power is undeniably there for the qualifier in Young. First blood may have been drawn by Kazareva, but just like that, Yi Young, 18-year-old qualifier, won a Pro Tour title just about a month ago. Finals of back-to-back events in Cairo. Now on the precipice of a third final here, with a victory today in SoCal. A lot of work to be done, but she's back on serve. 2-3 here in women's semifinal number 1, as you can see on the right side of your screen. Changeover in both of our matches. So let's look a bit ahead. Again, talked about the weeks we have moving forward. Let's start on the weeks of action. With that in mind, we get back here 5-love. August Holmgren in cruise control. That's the sort of, again, power tennis Holmgren plays. If you haven't seen his ball, aren't used to his serve, it'll take you some time to acclimate. And even then, if he hits his spots, you're just in trouble.
Let's go. Go. Let's go. Fight. Fight. Go.
Seems like the obvious play. But Duarte Valle gonna have to try to find that August Holmgren backhand, and gonna have to do it with some depth as well, because you saw when he left it short, Holmgren more than comfortable taking that ball early on the rise down the line. 30-15 here for Valle as he tries to get on the board. Ball does just clip the line. August Holmgren 2 points away from starting this Saturday morning the way we all like to start the Saturday morning. Perhaps with an early bagel. Instead, it's going to be game point here for Valle. Smart tactic there. We can't just keep picking on the Holmgren backhand predictably. Predictability is a death against a guy like Holmgren. Do it if you have that sort of depth. So Duarte Valle gets on the board 4-1-5. We're going to stick here with our men's match as Holmgren serves for the opening set. Again, we're about to hit 130. We'll say this match generously started at 108. So perhaps a 25-minute first set for this year's NCAA Division I singles finalist. August Holmgren now serving again for the set 5-1 here.
Let's go. Fight. Come on.
Big serving from August Holmgren. So now 40-30 here. Again, now the scoreboard a bit behind.
Coach. 50, 40. Let's go.
Fantastic stuff there from Duarte Valle. Sets up 15-40 break point chances. Again, if you're August Holmgren, it's That's why you build the 5-love lead, but Duarte-Valle finally starting to find some rhythm here at the end of set number 1.
30, 40. That is comfort. About 30. Six games to 1.
All right, so we play on here. Again, let's go back to our women's semifinal. Momentum completely shifted now. First three games in this set. The recent St. Mary's graduate Maria Kazireva, but now it's 18-year-old Yahi Young. Continuing to show how she built so much momentum these past few months on the ITF circuit. Good first dig there from Kazireva. That's what she's got to get back to. First strike, even if it's not particularly powerful, just stretching Young to the outer thirds when you let her sit in the center of the court. 18-year-old clearly, again, possessing the power to do damage at any given moment. Great ball from Kazireva. She thought she missed that first one long. But again, depth, it feels like, is the key for Young against Young. Anything short, she's going to pounce on. By the way, I do apologize. It's been first set to Duarte-Valle. To August Holmgren. 6-1, he takes it in our men's semifinal.
Second set.
And again, if you're Kazireva, it's a tough balance, right? Because Young is certainly giving you errors. But the moment you play too tentatively, as we just saw, she goes on a 3-game run. And that's just too good. Again, not much you can do there if you're Kazireva. You landed the first serve. But the depth of Young overwhelming. We felt this early in the match. And after all of that work, it's now another breakpoint opportunity here for Ya Yang. Good serve from Kazireva. Almost feel like she has to land the first serve at this point. With Yang finding her rhythm the way she has. All right, that was a massive pull for Kazireva. Stops the rhythm of Ya Yang. Now finds herself 4-3 up on serve. We go back here to court number one. Duarte Valle found a little rhythm at the end of that first set. Earned himself some break point chances. Got a hold on the board.
Out. One more here. 15-40.
And so as you hear, scoreboard a bit behind there, 15-40 now for August Holmgren. You heard the one more here from the 24-year-old. Early break point chances once again for Holmgren. And Duarte Valle served 4 times. He's been broken 3. Pressure from August Holmgren. And with it, it's a set and a break lead. I mentioned it before the match. Recent San Diego graduate has been in a finals, futures final before in his career. Has actually made 2. One of them back in August 2019, the other last summer. And he's yet to earn a futures title, but he is well on his way to a 3rd professional final and 1st since turning pro. Meanwhile, back here again, 18-year-old Ya Yang is down an early 3-love deficit to our 4th seed, Maria Kazireva. Errors piled up early for the 18-year-old qualifier. Kazireva just worked her way out of some breakpoint chances. Now first point goes to Kazireva here. Well, we should probably go check in on that semifinal match in a moment. Sounds like it's getting a little spicy on our men's court. For now, Kazireva, 30 opportunity now here. What it's worth, that lob dropped good. But it's been a seesaw sort of first set. First 3 games to Kazireva, next 3 to Young. Now Kazireva, 3 break point chances. Give herself a chance to serve for the set.
Leads 5 games to 3%.
So Kazireva will now serve for the opening set. Number 4 seed again, recently finished her college tennis playing career. It's her first pro semifinal of her career. And had some success last summer. This could be her first professional final. Could she advance today? But again, given the sort of set we've had, is there any reason to think Young is out of it? Absolutely not. And she takes the first point here. For love 15. Look at that backhand power.
15-30.
Again, big picture here. You do see some weapons. The 18-year-old qualifier, how easily she's able to turn things in the rally onto her terms. How cleanly she hits that backhand in particular. Now 2 breakpoint chances. I'm not going to say the term on serve, but I'll say to get the momentum back on her side. It's a nice serve from Kazireva, though. Again, she dug her way out of a deficit in her last service game as well. She can do it again here. She'll be 1 set closer to her first pro final. Kazireva, of course, coming from the college tennis ranks, would have anticipated a deuce point here, but of course we play ad scoring in the pros. You see again, 30, 40 points.
Close.
Almost equal to deuce points. After all of that work to throw in the double fault. Break point chance here. Young sounds like Holmgren working his way closer to a break as well. That would be a double break 4-1 lead. Of course, we'll get back to that men's semifinal momentarily. Off speed from Yang does the trick. So 4-5, she stays alive. Meanwhile, August Holmgren now 30 all here. Consolidates his early break 4-2 love. If you're Duarte Valle, excuse me, I was ahead of myself, not 4-1, would have been 3 love. It's a must-have service game for Duarte Valle. This match completely on Holmgren's terms.
Let's go. Go on. Go on. 40-30.
And you can tell Valle senses the urgency of the moment as well with his energy level raising. He's always been a vocal player. That's why the college live will fit him so well. 40-30 here, game point chance. College ace. Again, not in the pros. So again, outside of that pattern, what has Vale been able to do to hurt Holmgren? Yeah, he's found some backhands. Let's go split screen if we can, as Young serves to stay alive in that first set. But it's a pivotal game, obviously, for Duarte Vale. So I want to show you both of these matches simultaneously here, which of course we're able to do due to our friends at Track Tennis. Of course, super producer Daniel Westoff on the ones and twos.
Let's go.
It does feel like in our women's semifinal, this first set feels a bit more important for Kazireva. She was up the early 3-love lead, has had to work so hard just to get to 5 games on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, Yang came out of the gate so slow, has slowly found her rhythm, and again, feels like the match is on her racket right now. Oh, Kazireva does not like the call on the serve. Of course, you see that umpire far sideline for her. Well, that's good for 30-15. I was about to say, when have we seen Duarte Vale move forward in this match? May have been the first time we see him follow up an approach to the net. That's the play you have to have there. Of course, Duarte Vale's teammate, Ben Shelton, player who knocked off August Holmgren in that NCAA singles final. I'm sure he shared some notes with Vale. That would have been one of them. Not even a little serve and volley attempt there. By the way, yeah, we all saw Kazireva clobber that ball for 30 all as well.
Let's go! Go!
Scoreboard beat us to it by a hair. Vale gets the hold. We're 2-1. Let's go full screen on that women's match. Set point, Kazireva. So Kazireva takes the opening set 6-4. Again, felt like she needed to have that given her start. Ultimately, she takes it. Now we go back to August Holmgren, who's been ahead since the beginning. Raced out to that 5-love lead. A little turbulence in his final service game. But as we heard from Duarte Vale, an old school vernacular, he's treeing, was what we heard Vale yell. Vale gonna go give that call a second look, throws his hand up in the air. It's near sideline. Not only for the roaming official behind him, but obviously right next to the chair as well. So 15 love here for Holmgren. You can understand why that would be frustrating for Valle to go up against. All right. Something we've only really seen twice in this match now. Scoreboard pressure for August Holmgren to face in his service game has yet to be broken. He's dominant on the first serve as well. Exactly the ball you have to hit if you're Valle. You have to keep Holmgren honest with that backhand down the line. And now Duarte Valle, break point chances. August Holmgren, 18 of 21 on first serve points. 5 of 12 on second serve points so far in the match. Hits his spot with that first serve, so effective with the first strike, but he struggled with that first serve here in this game. And it doesn't matter there. Duarte Valle, welcome to the semifinals. Finally makes his move here with the break 4-2-all. Let's go split screen once again here. Early stages, second sets. Men's semifinal number 1 here in our SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin, Crack Racquets, so happy to be on the call here. 18-year-old qualifier Ya Yang down a set, but early break point chances against number 4 seed and recent St. Mary's grad, Maria Kazireva. With that crushed return winner, it's a 1-love break lead. Meanwhile, again, it's August Holmgren, the 24-year-old NCAA singles finalist. Had been cruising until about 30 seconds ago when Duarte Valle earned his first break of the match. There's some college tennis roots. First point to August Holmgren. Hear the cheer as well. It's taken a lot of work for Duarte Valle just to stay in this match at the 48-minute mark. Do not want to see that break right back to Holmgren here. Let's go full screen on our men's match. Love 15. All right, now love 30 here, and some of you may be familiar. Tennis commentator, of course, prominent coach, Mark Bay, Always says the most dangerous point for a server. Love 15-second serve. Just under so much pressure in that moment. Now Love 30 here for Holmgren. No, that scoreboard's a bit behind.
15, 30.
It's exactly what Vale needed there. Big first serve to the unexpected target out wide as well. Again, you think with the one-handed backhand, how well Holmgren hits that +1 forehand. Just target the backhand relentlessly. It will eventually give out. It won't. That said, if you're going to target that backhand, you got to do it in different ways. The serve and volley. An effective play there for Duarte Vale. Now, that was a heck of a backhand lob from August Holmgren, and he probably makes that forehand pass 7 out of 10 times. But I like the wrinkle from Vale. This is a big 30-all point. It's the spot again. After targeting that T, serve on the deuce, out wide on the ad, Duarte Vale has started to mix things up. And he's a point away from his first scoreboard lead of the match here. 30 for Vale.
Let's go.
Nothing more thrilling than when a drop shot works. Nothing more agonizing. And to be honest, nothing makes you feel dumber than when that drop shot falls up short. Good court coverage from August Holmgren. We're back to deuce.
Let's go!
That's why it's important to target things other than that backhand corner. Become predictable. August Holmgren can start camping out on that ad side wing, and you see how well he moves that forehand inside out, inside out, inside in. That's his go-to combination. Not really a break till you consolidate with the serve, right? Right now, Duarte Vale in danger of falling back down another break deficit. What are the points Duarte Vale has had success in this game? Every time he's targeted that August Holmgren forehand on that deuce side, he's ultimately won the point. And why is that important? Because it opens up the ad side of the court. It opens up that wing. It's just that much easier to attack that Holmgren backhand when you have the open space, as opposed to him camping on that side. Point Vale. As you can see there, when he's already in the backhand wing, if you want to hit to that backhand corner again, you better find the corner of the court, because otherwise August Holmgren's hitting an inside-out forehand. Holmgren striking that backhand return particularly well right now. The depth, heaviness of that ball. Great head of hair as well. Deuce point coming up. And just like that, Duarte Valle takes his first scoreboard edge in this semifinal. We've got ourselves a match, folks. 3-2 Valle leads in that second set. Now we go back over to court number 2, and this is why closing out that first set felt so important for Kazireva, the 18-year-old qualifier, former top 40 junior in the world, Jia Yang. Just did not have rhythm at the start of this match. Probably 10 unforced errors in the first 12 points Kazireva won to take that 3-love lead, but the 18-year-old has slowly found her rhythm. You see that backhand wide, no longer sprang long the way she was, or in the net early in the match, has slowly found her range. Now again, Kazireva's been able to find big first serves just about whenever she's needed them. Big one there gives her a game point chance. And another big one down the tee. Kazireva on the board. She will not make it easy. And the 23-year-old number 4 seed, former all-WCC singles and double selection of her illustrious St. Mary's career. We go to 2 other college graduates here. Holmgren, University of San Diego. Valle of Florida.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on, dude.
And that's what Duarte Valle does best.
Whoa.
Extends those rallies.
Go on here.
Forces Holmgren to just hit that extra ball. Now that's an overhead, obviously, Holmgren's got to make. But Valle's in fight mode now. 3-2 and an essential love 15 lead. And again, what does Valle do there? He moves forward, attacks Holmgren in a different sort of way, not just the static depth to the backhand, dare I say, juniors game plan to attack someone with that one-hander. Much more dynamic from the former All-American. Love 30 now. Really easy to sit in this booth and Monday morning quarterback. Obviously, you'd love Valle to give himself more margin on that approach, but you love the intent there from the number 3 seed.
Push! Let's go, man. Right here.
Holmgren gives that ball a second look. It did look just long. Again, shout out to these track tennis cameras. Exceptional quality. Can Duarte Valle make it 4 straight games here in set number 2? First serves abandoned Holmgren a bit here in this second set.
Great point.
Doesn't matter if you can hit the second serve like that. Just saw Valle dig himself out of a jam in his last service game. Holmgren gonna need to do the same here. A break point chance for Valle. Deserved celebration from Duarte Valle. The move has been made. And now Duarte Valle. He has himself a 4-2 break of serve lead here in set number 2. Let's go split screen for a little bit here. Want to see if Valle can consolidate. Right now, Yang consolidates her lead once again, 3-1. So we see both of our players dropping their opening sets now, making big pushes here in the seconds. Of course, speaks to the urgency of semifinal Saturday here at the SoCal Pro Circuit, event number 1 of 6 coming up over the next 7 weeks. And as you can see on the bottom of your screen, this event does not happen. Sponsors like Wilson, the USTA, ITF, the Bryan Brothers Foundation, as if the Bryan Brothers haven't done enough for American tennis with their success on the court, their willingness to invest in the grassroots off of it, laying the foundation for future generations of success. And of course, we just saw Coco Gauff, the young American, compete in a French Open singles final. She'll be back in the doubles final later today, alongside fellow American Jessica Gould. I believe it's an All-American doubles. It was either an All-American doubles semifinal, All-American final coming up. Again, so much credit to the Bryan Bros for their contributions here. Again, that scoreboard a bit behind in the Holmgren Valle match. Valle currently up a 4-2 break lead. Scoreboard is correct on the left side of your screen. 15-all now for Kazireva. Scoreboard even perhaps 2 seconds ahead of us. Anticipated that error for 30-15. Valle doing such a better job pressuring that August Holmgren forehand with some pace. Again, came out so tentative in that first set. Everything was on Holmgren's terms. Now it's Valle, the one changing directions, imposing his will. Closing in on 5-2. Meanwhile, Kazireva, great pace down the center. Again, we talked about it early. Depth and pace. Just can't give Yang time to set up. When you do, she'll pounce. as evident in that second serve return. Brilliant stuff from the qualifier. Still another game point chance for Kazireva. Yeah, a little cute there from Vale. Just trying to hit the drop volley. Hit it a bit casually. And you see now Duarte Vale again serving wide on that deuce side. 40-30 game point chance for him. Let's go full screen there as Kazireva does hold 4-2-3. Again, scoreboard behind 4-2, 40-30 here for Duarte Vale. Great defense from Vale. It's where he's at his most comfortable, extending rallies, using your pace against you. And the rally discipline from Vale. He takes a 5-2 lead here in set number 2. Let's go back to our women's match. 3-2, 18-year-old qualifier. Yi Yang, currently number 928 in the WTA rankings. Again, up to number 880. Excuse me, 894 with her semifinal here this week. See why Kazireva has to be a bit more aggressive there. And you just can't give this qualifier time to set in the middle of the court. Let's go double box if we can here, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Split screen our two courts as Vale closing in on the split. Again, 5-2 lead right now for Vale in that second set on Holmgren. Where it feels noting. You look at our players' pathways to these semifinals. August Holmgren dropping that set yesterday. Meanwhile, Duarte Vale yet to drop a set in this tournament. Such a physical match for Holmgren yesterday. Coming straight off of the NCAA singles finals last week. He's played over 10 matches in the past 10 days. Just how much does he have left in the tank? A very valid question. Great ball there from Kazireva, 430 all. Meanwhile, 15 all now for Holmgren. Will remove that scoreboard just to not confuse you. 6-1 first set to Holmgren. Again, 5-2 Duarte Valle on the far side of your screen. In this second set, 15-all right now for Holmgren. $30-15 now for the All-American. Meanwhile, the aggression continues. 40-30 opportunity here. Big backhand down the line, 4-2 lead now. We'll stay split screen for now. Again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin here. So excited to bring this SoCal Pro Circuit to all of you. Scoreboard back in action, 5-3 Duarte Valle. Let's go full screen on that men's semifinal as Valle is going to serve for this second set. Of course, it looks like we'll get perhaps that same opportunity in the semifinal momentarily, but can Duarte Valle force the split? That scoreboard now up to date. 5-3, the former Florida All-American serving on the far side of your screen.
Come on, first one. This game, man. This game. Come on.
And again, that first point chance, something you hear out of a lot of college tennis players. Of course, first points in the game so critical. But that energy boost to your teammates on the other courts, the origins of that Augusta Holmgren cheer. Also, again, fresh off that college career. There are some reflexes that take a little longer to work off. That's the sort of point Holmgren was punishing Valle for in set number one, was just finding all sorts of forehands out of that corner. Credit to Valle, his depth has improved. He's hitting that backhand cross far more decisively. So that's an error Holmgren wants back, 15-all. Good serve into the body. That's not a spot we've seen him go to quite frequently. So now 30-15 here for Valle. All right, 30-all point coming up now. Again, Holmgren was up a set and a break. 6-1-2 love. 5 of the past 6 games going to Duarte Valle. Now a 30-all point here. And we'll block out that scoreboard for all of you until it gets back up to date. All sent long, so now 30-40 breakpoint chances here for Holmgren to get back on serve in set number 2. And again, physical 3-hour match for Holmgren yesterday. Coming off of a dream week in Champaign as well. The NCAA Singles Championships just, again, a week ago today. That's the sort of point we saw from August Holmgren in set number 1. Decisive out of that backhand corner. Ultimately generates the forehand he was looking for. And again, he wants to get off this court in straight sets. Go rest that body. Go ice up as you pursue a first pro title. Let's go back over to our women's semifinal. No scoreboard issues there. Again, we'll monitor as Holmgren now 4-5 down in that second set. We go back over to our women's semifinal in a moment. And that match looks like it's also headed towards a third set insurance break. Going to 18-year-old qualifier Ya Yi Yang again. She's outside the top 900 coming into the week. She's already earned an ITF Pro Circuit title, won a 15K in Cairo at the start of May. Can reach a third ITF level final of her career with a victory today. Reva, breakpoint chance back. Rotation she gets on that ball, the angle she generates, there's just a sting to that +1 forehand, and she takes it such in stride, such exceptional rhythm. I think two balls each player thought was out. Kazireva thought she missed the serve. Yang thought that return was missed. Nevertheless, breakpoint chance again for Kazireva here. She looks to extend this second set. Kazireva comes in as the higher ranked player. She has never reached a pro final in her career. Kazireva extending the set. She'll take the break of serve. Now 5-3 in set number 2. A question on our broadcast from I'm Not Crazy, Just Loco. Which is how I feel quite frequently as well. So a good username we can all relate to. What ranking do the players need to get into challengers without qualifiers? Let's go split screen here if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, as I answer that question. 15 love here for Kazireva, with the equivalents of challengers being those 100 to 125K ITF events. Both the men and the women. Certainly if you want to get in without playing qualifying, as I'm Not Crazy, Just Loco asks, you have to be in the top 400. It's just not going to happen unless you get a wild card. Special entry from the week before. So again, none of these players ranked in the top 600 right now, let alone the top 400, which even sometimes doesn't assure you a spot in the main draw. Top 300, you're in for sure. Top 400, you're in the conversation. Young tries to go off speed, sprays a bit. Looks like Holmgren held 4-5 all, and now already love 15 in the 5-all service game of Duarte Valle. Took him so much effort just to build that 5-2 lead, to see it evaporate the way that it has. That'll get the juices flowing again for Duarte Valle here. And shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff. Manual scoreboard now in effect. 15 all now for Holmgren Valle. 40-15 well for Kazireva. Big first serve from her again. She's been able to find them whenever she needs them. So after earning comfortable second set leads, both Young and Valle find themselves under some pressure to close things out. Let's go full screen on our men's semifinal for the moment. And August Holmgren talking about the scoreboard pressure he's providing right now. 15-30. As he works his game way into another Duarte service game, has broken Valle 5 total times in this match. Valle served 9 service games. Great pressure. Fantastic gumption as well to move forward in that moment. Again, if you let August Holmgren play on his front foot, at this level, he just has the win. Any level, he's just going to play on his terms. So now again, 5 all, 30 all. Which feels like almost a match-deciding game, perhaps, for Duarte Valle. It's absolute money from Duarte Valle. Now 40-30. Meanwhile, you can see it on the left side of your screen, perhaps hear it in the background. 15 love. Yang just 3 points away from extending her match to a third set. It's a little stressful to do the manual scoreboard and a split screen, so we'll stay here for a moment longer.
Let's go! Come on!
So 6-5 Duarte Valle holds. Stops the brief run of August Holmgren. We're still on serve, though, in our second set. So, of course, now we go back to our women's semifinal. Ya Young, 18-year-old qualifier. Mentioned it on the broadcast before here today, but was a top 40 junior in the world. Still, you never know how junior success will translate to the Pro Tour. Given the fact Young's already made multiple futures finals in her career, all of them in the past month. Seems like things are headed the right direction. She's 2 points away from forcing a third set. Oh, it's set point chances for the 18-year-old. On May 2004, there's a stat for you. Missed just long.
40-30.
Free swinging right now. 7-point chance. That's been the issue when the unforced errors have piled up. They've come in waves. So now a deuce point chance here. Again, it's one thing in tennis to approach the finish line, another to get over it. Credit to Kazireva, who's just lingered. Certainly has felt the pressure of Young's ball at times. Continues to extend rallies. Looking to extend this set. Serve bails Young out of difficulties, so another set point chance here. Ball missed wide, so the second set goes to Yang. 6-4, she takes it. We're going to a third in semifinal number one. Let's go back to our men's match now. And Alex Gruskin here of Cracked Racquets. So excited to be with you for week number one of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Beautiful scene here in Rancho Santa Fe. Of course, this is one of 6 events we'll have here for all of you on our Cracked Racquets broadcast.
Yeah, man. Come on. One more.
Sounds like 40-30 here for Holmgren. He looks to send us to a breaker. Valle, I should say Holmgren had a 2-love lead in this second set. Valle then took 5 straight games. It was Holmgren who responded with a 3-game streak of his own. Valle, the tough hold. Beautiful tracking at the net there from August Holmgren. Now, is that a ball Duarte Valle makes more frequently than not? Probably. But in that instance, the backhand slice pass just scoots a bit wide. And so it's a breaker to decide the second set. And again, Duarte Valle, your number 3 seed. He's yet to drop a set in this tournament. August Holmgren, a physical 3-set victory in his quarterfinal win. Boy, would Holmgren like to get off the court in straight sets here today.
Out. 1-0. Final set.
First forehand sails long on him, though, so 1-0. Opening point to Holmgren. I think I said first point Holmgren, excuse me, first point to Valle, as we stay on serve here early in the breaker. The modern day serve and volley. Flat out wide, swinging forehand volley from Holmgren for 1-all. Again, I would be remiss if I didn't give the shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff, the manual scoreboard here. For all of you, make sure you can follow the action at home. That's why he's the best in the business, folks. And that's the problem. That's the ball to our August Holmgren feasts on. He knows you're going to target that one-handed backhand. If you're too predictable in the ways you try to attack it, he's going to pounce on you. Hit that forehand, even from the alley. In that instance, inside in. Going to be tough for anyone at any level to track that ball down. Still on serve here, 2-1 Holmgren. Wale knows he got away with one there. Holmgren had the forehand he wants, and after that last inside-in forehand, how could he not go for it again? But look, if this match becomes a track meet, at that point you favor the third-seeded Duarte Valle. Still in the tiebreaker. The guy with the big serve, big weapons, and certainly in that instance, that is Holmgren. 2-all.
Hey! Come on! Take return.
August Holmgren capitalizing on that second serve return. Gets on that ball early. Takes it on the rise. Mini break goes to Holmgren. Again, Holmgren starts off the tournament by knocking off the number 1 seeded Felix Corwin. Now faces the 3 seed Valle. There's a world where he could knock off the 1, 2, and 3 seeds on his way to the title as number 2 seed Age Brimer alive. Will be seen in our second men's semifinal. Scoreboard Edge, San Diego All-American. Smart move from Vale. Finds the space and takes it on that forehand cross court. Love to see him move forward more assertively after that approach shot. Nevertheless, everyone's going to be shaky at this stage of a match. 3-all as we make the first turn. Again, third set now underway in our women's singles semifinal. Kazireva opening up the set with a hold. For the record, of course, coming up after these, 2 more singles matches to go. Bunyawi Timchaiwat will be spending her final college season, we learned, Pepperdine University. She's going to take on number 2 seed Talia Gibson. This on the men's side going to be number 2 seed Gage Breimer taking on incoming Michigan freshman Bjorn Svensson. Now August Holmgren trying to close out this match in straight sets. Big serve wide, 4-3 lead. We're all now. Good serving from Duarte Vale. Two big serves from Vale, find the Holmgren back in. And I know I've been saying you got to mix up your spots, but there's a reason to go with the bread and butter in that moment. And look, that play will work if you execute it properly. Vale executes it properly. Back in front now, 5-4 still on serve in this second set breaker. Vale gonna let him hear it. This is the gamesmanship, folks, at its finest. That chord goes the way of Vale. He's now got 2 set points coming up. Can he convert here? Add insult to injury and do it on the Holmgren serve. He can indeed. Duarte Vale turning on the Jets. The Rancho Santa Fe crowd going to commend him accordingly. 7-6. Vale takes sets number 2. We play on in our first men's singles semifinal. Let's go back to the women's action. Third set already underway. And again, in our women's singles semifinal, it's Yae Yang, the 18-year-old qualifier. Back inside the top 900 of the live rankings, taking on Maria Kazireva, recent graduate, all-conference performer at St. Mary's. 40-30 here, Kazireva serving on the near side of your screen. Young going for broke there, unfortunately missing just wide. And look, if you followed these matches from the start, and again, Alex Gruskin here of Crack Racquets, so excited to be on the call for this SoCal Pro Circuit. The moment we were contacted by Chris Boyer, it was an immediate yes from us here to be able to play a part in this event, offering opportunities to aspiring young players like the Yangs of the world, the college graduates like Kazureva, Holmgren, Vale, players like Gage Breimer still working their way up the tour as well. It's a fantastic series of events here that we're excited to be a part of over the next 7 weeks. Of course, we showed you a bit earlier, but you look at the calendar coming up next week. We stay in the San Diego area. Next 2 weeks, we'll be in the San Diego area, actually, as we go to the University of San Diego next week. Again, dual men's, women's events each and every week. We'll then head to the Barnes Tennis Center, which hosts countless high-level junior, professional, collegiate events throughout the years. After that, we head up to California, to Los Angeles for our LA stretch. Again, a week off after our San Diego events, then 3 more weeks in Los Angeles to follow. It'll be a fun couple of weeks for us here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. For now, back to women's semifinal number 1, the qualifier, serving on the near side of your screen, 1-2. I don't know if you put that in the highlight reel, blooper reel. Curious choice from Yai Yang to let that final bouncing overhead fall so low. I mean, again, good guess from Kazureva as Yang tried to go behind her. Those are the sort of inflection points in a match decided in such thin margins can be the difference. Love 15, a little opportunity open for the 4 seed. First serve does drop in, so a let coming up. Can have the broad stats. This match here. Young winning just 44% of her second serve points. Have to find one here now. Double fault now. Love 30. Both players have struggled on the second serve. Young, 12 of 27. She's faced 14 break points in this match. Managed to fight off 10, but obviously that's a significant number. On the flip side, Kazureva, 5 of 20 on second serve points. Again, who's ever getting that opportunity to play first strike, whether it's with the first serve or the second serve return. Seems kind of obvious, but the numbers indicate that's the player having success. I think that's what we've seen with our eyes as well. Another second serve coming up here for Young. Kazureva making a move. break point chances for her now, taking advantage of a couple of looks at second serves. Back to deuce as we see that aggression continue to pay off. And with how this service game is progressing, feels like one of those early inflection points here in set number 3. Rhythm here for Yang. Again, we see 3 winners followed by 4 unforced errors, 2 winners, 3 unforced errors. Another unforced error. Now break point chance once again here for Kazireva. So Kazireva strikes first here in set number 3. She breaks 4-3 number 1. Kazireva, by the way, I know I've mentioned this earlier, competing in her first professional semifinal here today. 3 holds of serve away from a first professional final now as well. Of course, still a long way to go. And with that in mind, let's go split screen. We're in the early stages of third sets in both of our semifinals. So 30-15 there for Vale.
Come on! Let's go. Let's go. 40, 50.
So 40-15 now here for Vale. Continue to swing freely even as Kazireva raises that pressure again for Kazireva. 5 of 20 on second serve points. 70% of her first serve points, though. The narrative of that match in one stat, excuse me. Meanwhile, now 40-30 here for Vale. Went down early breaks in set 1 and 2. He avoided here in set 3. A game point chance here.
Right here, man. Right here, man. One game all.
So Vale holds for one game apiece there in set number 3. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, break point chances for Ya Yang. As I mentioned. Oh, how about that serve from Kazireva? Oh, no, I was going to say that looked long. And indeed it was for the double fault, so it's not a break until you hold. Yang gets that break right back for the 2-3 deficit. Let's go full screen now in our men's semifinal. 1-1 there in the third set between Holmgren and Vale. 15-love lead for Holmgren after the thunderous first serve. Again, helps to have that big serve, and Holmgren could use some free points here. It gets too early for 30-love.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's a better service game. August Holmgren finding his spots now. That first serve abandoning him at times in that second set. Now 40-love here. Tries to keep things simple to kick off set number 3.
Come on, one at a time. Let's go.
40-love. Why not throw in the serve and volley?
Go on here. Come on.
It's a laser from Duarte Valle, though, to get that backhand low and at the feet of Holmgren. Again, if you're going to go off speed, gotta get a bit closer to the net there. Holmgren a bit lackadaisical in approaching. Still 40-15. But first serve, first forehand does the job. August Holmgren gets the hold. We stay on serve 2-1 here in set number 3. Let's go back to our women's semifinal now. It's on serve 2-3. Kazireva, love 15, first point. And again, what's the coach Mark Bayism? Love 15, second serve, the most dangerous place for a server to be. Credit to Yang with the good first serve there, but the off speed from Kazireva. Little drop shot lob combination. Feels like that's a necessity if you're going to play tennis in California. Now love 30 here. She tries to get that break right back.
Love 40.
Go! 15 love.
Kazireva gets the break back. Just like that now, 4-2 lead. Does feel worth noting as we have our doubles final coming up later today. August Holmgren and alive still, both singles and doubles, as is Kazireva. We'll see play later today in the women's doubles final. First point going to Kazireva, and again for Yang, she's swinging freely, hitting cleanly from the ground, can absolutely rip winners at will, but the unforced error count's gotta be in the mid-30s. Bit of a bailout there. So much credit to Kazireva, who again is winning 70% of the points on her first serve. Found that first serve, about 60% consistency as well. Setting the terms about as frequently as she can.
30-15.
Playing high percentage aggression, with high percentage aggression. Not blitzing lines. Trying to blast her way out of corners, just deep. Sometimes even middle third of the court. Just landing the first serve she needs into the body of Yang. So now game point chances here for Kazireva. She tries to consolidate, put herself one game away from a first professional final. Kazireva, 5-2 lead, 1 game away. Let's go back to Valle Holmgren. We'll go split screen as soon as that game comes back from a changeover. Of course, here in our women's semifinal, but you can hear the guys. Valle Holmgren, energy as important as skill set at this point. I guess Holmgren bringing the volume. Again, in theory, Rancho Santa Fe, significantly closer to the University of San Diego than the University of Florida. In theory, you imagine some of the people who take the time to travel to a futures event here on a Saturday probably have seen a college tennis match or two in their day. They must be familiar with NCAA tennis finalist August Holmgren. A little bit of a home crowd edge, and he's given that home crowd something to cheer for right now. 3-1 first blood. The first set takers in both our men's and women's semifinals. How good has Valle been with that backhand pass? Just lasering ball after ball at the feet of August Holmgren. Let's go split screen here. 5-2. Kazireva 1 game away from the match. Yeah, she's returning serve, but given her success as a returner in this match, worth keeping an eye on. Meanwhile, Holmgren here looking to consolidate, but down an early Love 15 deficit with a second serve coming. Love 15 second serve. The scenario where I believe 70% of breaks. Bails out though with the big serve for 15 all. Interesting. Duarte Valle, audio abuse warning. Not a point penalty. Weren't quite able to pick it up on our stream. Some sort of obscenity must have been heard by the chair. Next one will, of course, be a point penalty. And you don't need me, August Holmgren, doing just fine in the broadcast booth. Big serve from the NCAA finalist, now 30-15 as he looks to consolidate. Meanwhile, the frustration mounting for Yai Yang. Heard her shriek with anger. Kazireva managed to hold 4-5-2. Kazireva sneaking that on the run pass by her as well. Kazireva's 2 points away. 40-15 now for Holmgren. Obviously, super producer Daniel Westoff, get ready to go full screen women's singles if we get to a match point. That unforced error count. Again, when we watch the film back for Yai Yang, certainly had some opportunities. Credit to Maria Kazireva. Match point coming up. We go full screen here as the number 4 seed. 1 point away from her first pro final. Welcome to your first pro final. Bye-bye tennis ball. Maria Kazireva weathers the storm. Again, there were moments when Yai Yang was borderline unplayable, smacking winners across the court, but Kazireva so efficient with her first serve, such high percentage aggression, the St. Mary's grad into her first pro final. As we go back, changeover on 1. So let's talk about some of the results we've seen here today. Obviously, Kazireva, 3-set win here over Ya Yang. Probably slightly less significant than the victory we saw from Iga Swiatek, the world number one, earning a 35th consecutive victory as she captures the French Open women's singles title. Swiatek 6-1, 6-3 over American Coco Gauff. Of course, you look for Swiatek again. She's already accumulated more points in this 2022 season than anyone did during 2021. She's now 35 consecutive match victories, has dropped sets in just 6 of those 35 wins. I mean, she's borderline unplayable. And again, just turned 21 years old on a historic sort of pace in her career. It's been such a pleasure to watch Swiatek compete. It was exceptional to watch Gauff all week long as well. These 2 sets to Swiatek, the only 2 sets Coco Gauff dropped in the tournament. She's reached the doubles final of the event as well. Fantastic 2 weeks in Paris for the young American Coco Gauff. But of course, Iga Swiatek may be the story of all stories right now in tennis, men's or women's side. Meanwhile, no one's doing as much winning as Iga Swiatek. August Holmgren's pretty darn close. Again, the San Diego All-American reaches the NCAA singles final last week in Champaign. Ends his senior season 28-5 overall in singles, 18-4 in dual match play.
Right here.
Is it Swiatek levels of success? 35 consecutive wins? Maybe not. Pretty damn close. If you're August Holmgren, he's having as good of a 2022 as any mere mortal, which I think we've learned Iga Swiatek is not. We've seen him with a break lead before. This one feels a bit more significant, though. Again, Duarte Valle took so much effort just to extend this match to a 3rd set. Doesn't want to let it slip away here. Has to start landing more first serves. Good hands from Valle from this angle. We could all see how low that ball was as it dipped over the net. Meanwhile, we may have our men's semifinalist in match number 2 walking out on court right now. Holmgren taking that point for a 15-30 lead. Great passing shot combination there. Another second serve look here for Holmgren. Given his return position, going to be damn sure he hits a forehand here. That's a tough spot for Duarte Valle, who far sideline. Of course, he's going to ask a question there. Probably more frustrated with himself than the call. Credit to Holmgren, chose not to run around that ball. Valle hit his spot pretty darn well on that second serve, but now August Holmgren, 15-40 here on 1-4. Only a game point, feels like a match point. Now on this ball, would be shocked if Holmgren does not hit a forehand return. Bet the reputation on it. I'm a broken record, but when has Duarte Valle had success on serve? It's when he's challenging the August Holmgren forehand and being unpredictable. Second serve to the forehand body, to the body of Holmgren. First ball behind Holmgren to that forehand wing as well. Smart play from Valle to save off break point number 1. Can he do it again here?
Let's go!
2 serves to the forehand, 2 break points fought off.
Come on.
Go forehand for the 3rd time in a row here.
Come on! Come on!
He does not. Credit to Holmgren, connected well with that return of serve, but overcooks the forehand, and Valle, again, still will be down 2-4 even if he holds in this game. But boy, A, is that different than 1-5. B, can earn some momentum. As he earns 4 straight points, fights off a 15-40 deficit, 4-2-4. That was a gutsy hold for August Holmgren. And again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin here. Semifinals number 2 coming up for both the men's and women's side. Looks like both Bjorn Svensson, Gage Breimer, our 2 participants in semifinal number 2, now out on court. Yeah, that's money. Duarte Valle, you got to keep your head up, shake that one off. Of course, again, if Holmgren can find 6 more points on serve, he'll probably have himself this match.
Right here.
That's exactly why you got to just keep your head down there if you're Duarte Valle. Connects beautifully on the first serve return, just depth, pace. Got that ball to neutral. Holmgren offers him the unforced error now, 30-15. Tough error. Did all the hard work there. Now instead of 30-all, 40-15. And if you're August Holmgren, that body serves become significantly less effective. Have to imagine. I think we're going to see the T serve here. But again, if Valle's going to stand that far back, that wide feels wide open.
Yes.
Yeah, missed just wide.
40-30.
Holmgren gave that line a second look, then a little hands up as if to apologize to Valle for even questioning the call. August Holmgren with the hold now, 5-2, 1 game away from his first final as a full-time professional. Of course, again, made a couple of finals last summer as well. With that in mind, let's go split screen as we wait for the changeover to unfold. Don't have a full match yet for you on court number 2, but serves underway in the warm-up. Number 2 seeded Gage Breimer, our standout at UCLA. Of course, was the former number 1 junior in the country as well, former Easter Bowl champion. Helped University High School out in Los Angeles capture 4 straight CIF team championships, which those who part of the SoCal Pro Series circuit or family will know. Immensely hard to win 4 straight high school championships, given the quality of high school tennis in California. Of course, unfortunately, Breimer, tough knee injury while at UCLA. Look for Breimer here. Currently 545 in the ATP rankings. It's about 100 spots off his career high of number 444. He's worked his way back, though, here. Playing a ton of matches in 2022. And again, we'll have more time to talk about him as that second semifinal unfolds. For now, we go back to men's semifinal number 1, August Holmgren, the NCAA singles finalist this season, 1 game away from another futures final. Love that pattern from Vale. Hits behind Holmgren. That ad side corner's wide open. Gets him stretched on the backhand. Follows that ball into the net. Vale sees the pattern now. That's very clear. Is there enough time left in this match for him to execute and get himself back into it? Yeah, Holmgren knew it. Have to give the come on there just in case. Good aggression again from Vale, 430 love. Fantastic.
40-15.
From Duarte Vale now 40-15 as he finds that inside in forehand. I suppose it's a little bit easier to hit that ball freely when you face this sort of scoreboard pressure. What does Vale have left to lose in going for that shot? 2 game points here to have to force Holmgren to serve it out. It's a nice tee serve from Duarte Vale. Still 24-year-old August Holmgren reached futures finals August of 2019 back in Estad. Finalist last year, July as well. Chance to make his first final since turning pro. Of course, he's finally exhausted all of his college eligibility. Boy, for Holmgren, would this be a nice boost to the start of his pro career. Was wondering if we were going to get another first point before this match ended on us. We do indeed.
Thank you for the ball.
August Holmgren at his best. Big +1 inside out forehand, executes on the overhead as well. 2 points away from our Rancho Santa Fe final. Again, if you're just joining us, Maria Kazireva, number 4 seed, recent St. Mary's graduate, making it one collegiate player in the final already. She earned a 3-set victory over Yai Yang. Tell you what, Duarte Valle unloading on a couple of forehands on the run there. Certainly raised his level since that 6-1 first set. Been seemingly chasing Holmgren for the duration of this 2.5-hour match. And now it's match point Holmgren.
Thank you, ball boy. First try. Come on.
August Holmgren. All he does, earn victories on court. 6-1, 6-7, 6-3. Holmgren's into a final for a second consecutive week. Now, last week it was at the collegiate level. This week, it's the first final he's made as a full-time pro. And again, this SoCal Pro Circuit designed to help players like Holmgren, who with this victory will almost assuredly move up to a new career high ranking. Holmgren currently number 784 in the live rankings. Should jump up into the top 760 for the first time in his career. Meanwhile, again, for Duarte Valle, already inside the top 650. Good building block for him, and we are certain to see him later on here in our SoCal Pro Circuit coverage. With that in mind, we go over to semifinal number 2.
Let's go, Blue!
Already introduced number 2 seed Gage Breimer. Of course, a SoCal native, Irvine, California. He's taken on the shock of the tournament, much like on the women's side, Yayi Yang, qualifier to the semifinals. The difference being Yang had won a futures event before. This is Bjorn Svensson's first Pro Series main draw. He's into the semifinals for the first time in his career. You can see where the success for Svensson comes from. That forehand already such a weapon for Svensson, the 18-year-old. Going to start his collegiate career next year at the University of Michigan.
Break, come on.
Got off to a fast start yesterday, did Svensson, in what was ultimately a 7-6 in the third victory. But again today, Bjorn Svensson, early 2-love break lead for the 18-year-old. Look for Svensson victories. Qualifying rounds in straight sets, an 0-0 victory over former UVA All-American Michael Shabazz in round one. Straight sets over top 5 college player in the country in Baylor's Adrian Boitan in round number 2. Again, yesterday for Svensson was the 7-6 third in the win over former, I believe, UNLV standout Alexander Kozbanov. Now again, the qualifier trying to earn the highest ranked victory of his career as he takes on the 2-seed Gage Breimer here. But Breimer right back in this service game for love 30. As we know, not a break of serve until you manage to consolidate. And I do have to say, I've had the opportunity to get to know Bjorn Svensson a bit over the years, played one of our Cracked Racquets events. Wanted to text him yesterday asking for the keys to the match. What's the first thing he asked for? Said, can you give a shout out to my mom, please? So Mrs. Svensson, if you are watching, your son does truly love you, as do we here at Cracked Racquets. Again, Gage Breimer has played a lot of pro matches in his career, played 89 of them in the 52 weeks leading up to this Rancho Santa Fe match. He will not be intimidated by an early break deficit. Already 2 break point chances back. There's a nice serve from Svensson to fight off one. I mentioned again the 89 matches for Breimer. It's his 7th semifinal, first of the season. 1-5 in those previous 6 semis. This has been a tough round for him mentally. Get over that hump. Breimer relentless with his big hitting. We're back on serve here, 1-2 in set number 1. Let's go split screen if we can. And again, Alex Gruskin here on the broadcast for this SoCal Pro Circuit. 6 events over the next 7 weeks. So So excited to be able to broadcast the semifinals and finals of singles and doubles in all of our matches. Of course, as you see already on court, we're rocking and rolling, folks. Women's semifinal number 2, Yaoi Chaiwat. Gonna stand out just about everywhere she's played in her college career. Of course, recently announced she'll be headed to Pepperdine for her final season. Chaiwat taking on Talia Gibson, your number 2 seed. Of course, Talia Gibson, just 17 years old. Reached a career high juniors ranking of number 39. Early last season, the 17-year-old's focused on her pro results this year, currently sitting at number 720. The latest iteration of the rankings, that's 2 off her career high of 718. 22-11 here on the season. Again, we'll have plenty of more time to talk about the talented 17-year-old. For now, we go back here. Gage Breimer serving on the near side of your screen, 1-2. Yeah, that's got to be the ball for Breimer. Having watched Svensson play, gotta pressure that backhand with pace. Svensson wants to be hitting that forehand. Now, the backhand he'll drive through well. If you let him dictate with his forehand, completely different player. Interesting to note. And for Breimer here, needing to serve to that backhand. Just playing with good pace and depth right now down the center. Focusing more on his depth, it seems, than his power in the moment. Game point chances here, 40-15. Going to give that ball a second look. Thinks he acknowledges just long there, so 40-30 now. Breimer gets on the scoreboard with a hold, 4-2 all. Meanwhile, again, as you heard in the background, or perhaps you did not, that women's semifinal number 2 about to get underway as well. As soon as it does, we'll get to a little split screen action for all of you here in the early stages.
Oh!
Now Svensson spraying a bit here early, and it's not too dissimilar to what we saw in our first women's semifinal. The aggression of the younger Yang getting the best of her, producing some early unforced errors. Right now, it does seem to be the case with Svensson. Really good movement of the ball there from Svensson, but great defense from Breimer. Just again, chasing each of those change of directions down, responding with appropriate depth. Another early love 30 hold here for Svensson in his service game. So break point chances coming up here for Gage Breimer. Of course, again, that women's match now officially underway. We'll get there momentarily. Gage Breimer has locked into this match physically early. Giving nothing away for free right now. Just perfectly comfortable. Trading three-quarter pace with Svensson and hoping to draw the air. Again, Svensson dropped his first match of the tournament yesterday. A lot of tennis on the young 18-year-old's legs, having come through qualifying this week. Bjorn refuses to go away. So again, deuce point coming up here. 18-year-old Bjorn Svensson. First main draw he's reached in a futures event. To his first semifinal in that first main draw. Tough error there from Svensson. Had Breimer right where he wanted him. And again, big picture right now. Svensson's dictating the terms of play. That said, the physicality of Breimer, a little too much right now. He's extended rallies and now 3 straight games. For a 3-2 lead, we move on over to women's semifinal number 2. We're going to trade breaks here to start. Maybe. It's on the near side of your screen, Bunyawi Timchaiwat. Of course, was a standout at Oklahoma State this season, a standout at San Diego State, likely going to be a back-to-back All-American. Timchaiwat reached a career high in the rankings of 410 back in 2018. Currently outside the top 1,000, but anyone who followed the college tennis season closely knows the level the 3-year-old can hit. There we go, Talia Gibson. Breaks right back 4-1 all. Again, the 17-year-old top 50 junior player in the world. Played a bunch of the junior slams as the Australian, now focusing more on the pro game. Of course, again, you look for the 17-year-old Gibson, turns 18 later this month, June 18th. Career 22-14 overall in professional level matches. That includes a run to the finals, 15K at the end of April. Again, outside of that final in April, this is only her second semifinal on the pro level in her young pro career. You look right now, how many players under the age of 18 are even in the WTA rankings? Only 38 of them. And right now, the Australian Gibson, 18th highest ranked player in the world under the age of 18. All right. May we see our first hold here of women's singles semifinal number 2. Talia Gibson on the board, 2-1 now. Breimer with a quick hold for 4-2 to consolidate his break lead. And Breimer, 2 seed out of Irvine, California. Breimer currently 503 in the rankings. Another victory today. He's back into the top 500. One of those guys who needs these events here in SoCal. A good 3 to 6 week run. And he could very well find himself in the top 400 and in a position to play those next level challenger events here this summer. Of course, on the other side of the net here for Bjorn Svensson, just to get this sort of pro playing opportunity, so valuable for him to see guys the levels of Breimer, Boitan, Kozbinov. Love that execution from Svensson. Seems to be able to keep that all in front of his body, move forward with such ease, such fluidity. And I love how condensed he is on that backhand wing. Dare we say a little Cam Norrie-esque there. How he absorbs and scoots that ball. Good defense there from the 18-year-old qualifier. And even despite the fact he'd still be down a break, just to get a hold on the scoreboard here. Stop the momentum of Breimer.
Cross court.
Goes for it all in one shot. Deuce point now coming up. So we see game point again coming up for Svensson. What's the service choice here? Went roll to the Breimer backhand last time. Does he try that again? Meanwhile, I think we see the game plan for Breimer. Very simple. Get that ball deep, heavy into the backhand of Bjorn Svensson. Target that ad side. Svensson's so effective already, moving his forehand around the court. Good ball from Svensson. Another game point chance. And so he's tried the tee serve. Tried the kick serve as well. What's the move here? Do we go for a third spot? Try big at the body. Goes big body indeed. Svensson. Much needed hold to steady the ship. We've got ourselves a match for it, folks. 4-3 Gage Breimer leading. Of course, now here on court number 2. Things steadying as well. Tim Chiwad able to earn the hold. But here's 17-year-old Talia Gibson. (40-15), 2 game point chances. That's why you build the 40-15 lead, right? Big serving from the young Aussie Gibson. 3-2 lead here now in set number 1. Let's go split screen. I know it's going to be a changeover on that right side of your screen, but want to stay split screen here. Acknowledge what we've got going on right now in Rancho Santa Fe. Again, our final 2 singles semifinals. 18-year-old qualifier Bjorn Svensson, surprisingly not the youngest player on the court, but of course Svensson took an early 2-love lead, now finds himself down a break 4-3 to number 2 seed Gage Breimer. Breimer of Irvine, California, spent his collegiate years at UCLA. Dealt with a bunch of nagging injuries over the seasons, but he cracked the top 500. Put himself in a position for a big summer. Meanwhile, right side of your screen, Bunyawi Tim Chiwat, unseeded here, but of course career high ranking of number 410, which he reached prior to going to college in 2018. The now 23-year-old outside the top 1,000, but coming off of, if not an All-American season, one of the 20 best seasons we saw in women's college tennis last year at San Diego State. One more year of eligibility for Tim Chiwat. She'll head to Pepperdine next year. What an addition for the Waves. Meanwhile, again, she's taken on 17-year-old Talia Gibson. Gibson, a former top 40 junior in the world. She had some pro success, reaching her first 15K final at the end of April. Gibson inside the top 750, 18th highest ranked under 18-year-old player in the world. Serve in our women's semifinal as we stay split screen here to be able to present all the action. Of course, again, why are we able to have these SoCal Pro Circuit events? Because of the support we get, not only from sponsors like Wilson, USTA, ITF, of course, more intimately, it's people, Bruce Kleege, Global Capital Management, Ryan Brothers, SoCal Tennis Association foundations, people willing to invest in this sport at the grassroots level to be able to provide this sort of quality tennis to the Rancho Santa Fe community. Again, it's been a fun crowd here on semifinal Saturday. A huge thank you to all the sponsors who have helped make these events possible. Scoreboard's beating us by about a half second right now. Gage Breimer, as you see, holds 4-5-3. Meanwhile, Tim Chaiwat 30-15 advantage. Make it 40-15 as she goes big out wide there. Good forehand from Gibson. Swinging freely, still trying to get a read on this match. Not a lot of rhythm for either players yet, each finding big first serves when they seem to need it. Feels like, meanwhile, the point construction for Gage Breimer looks far more similar, point in, point out, as we see the backhand errors piling up a bit here early for Svensson. Credit to Breimer, pressuring him with his physicality. Breimer 2 points away from the first set. Deuce point coming up now for Tim Chaiwat. That was quite the groan. And again, credit to our friends over at Track Tennis, without whom possible to broadcast these events. So great to shine a spotlight on this level of tennis, particularly with the quality as high as it is. Back to Deuce on court number 1. Can we go full screen on this men's semifinal here? Set point coming up for Gage Breimer. See if he can't close the deal, make it 5 of the final, 6 of the final 7 games, excuse me. Very simple game plan right now for Gage Breimer, but it's effective. Heavy pace, consistency into that Svensson backhand corner against Breimer. Looking very much like the number 2 seed he is. 6-3, tidy first set after that slow start. Meanwhile, it's been a couple of tough service games already for Tim Chaiwat. All-American, winning just 8 of the 18 points she's played on serve. 2 of 9 on second serve points so far. Need to find one here, or risk going down a break. Gets the bailout there from the 17-year-old. And again, that's just one of those moments. Tim Chaiwat facing the pressure that she was. Gotta land a return there. really good stuff from, dare I say, the veteran. Tim Chiwat has played so many collegiate matches over the past few seasons. And again, though she's outside the top 1,000 now, reached a career high of 410 in the WTA rankings back in 2018. Has played over 170 futures matches, ITF matches, excuse me, in her career. Another game point chance for Tim Chiwat. Again, when she's landed the first serve, she's having a ton of success. That might be a bit hyperbolic, but much more success. Another missed serve here. Another second serve opportunity. And look at Gibson's return position well inside that baseline. That's a bailout, though. Chiwat will take the gift. With it, 3-all. Now let's go back to our split screen here. 3-all here in set number 1. Chiwat taking on Gibson, winner. Gonna face the number 4 seed, Martina Kazireva, recent graduate of St. Mary's. 3-set victory to reach her first professional final. On the men's side, August Holmgren awaits the winner of Svensson Breimer as Holmgren. 3-set win over Duarte Valle into his first pro final as a pro, but third final of his pro career, at the pro level for him. We see Breimer with the early 1-love hold. Of course, we'll stay split screen here. That first changeover, the shortest of the changeovers. Call there. Lets her displeasure be known. Chiwat's finding ways to be aggressive to knock Gibson off of her front foot. And Gibson, much like Young in our first match, gonna go down swinging. From Gibson as she finds the short angle there with pace. All explodes through the court for 30-all. Meanwhile, if you're Bjorn Svensson, you've lost 6 of the last 7 games. Excuse me, 7 of the last 8 now. Opening hold here to start the second set. Crucial just to settle things down, slow this Gage Breimer roll. These last 2 points, Breimer making his first 2 unforced errors since maybe those first 2 games of the match. tough. Obviously, second serve return miss, one you want back if you're Tim Chiwat. Still game points now for Gibson. Now gain points for Svensson as well. Look at Tim Chiwat's return position. On top of, if not inside that baseline, takes another step forward here before the second serve. Chiwat gonna stare at that line for a moment longer. That second serve miss, it did not. Gibson, 4-3 lead now. Meanwhile, Bjorn Svensson gets the much needed hold. 1-0, let's go full screen on that men's match. Much better from Bjorn Svensson. When's the last time he got to dictate like that with his forehand? Much better rhythm, much better flow. 15-all now. Honestly, I don't think we've seen Breimer hit that many winners in this match. Excellent shape on that point. Again, he's been so patient, so disciplined. That's where the patience for Breimer turns into too tentative, too defensive. Better word than lackadaisical there. Just again, massive backhand. Svensson now taking that opportunity to step up on that ball, find the forehand. He realizes he has to. Good adjustment there still, 40-30 for Breimer. Defense now, deuce point coming up. Let's go back to our split screen if we can. Super producer Daniel Westoff. And 4-3 on serve when we last checked into our women's semifinal. Gibson now with the break point chances for 5-3. Gibson's now going to serve for the set, and Svensson, another opportunity for an early break point chance. Far more willing to hang around in these extended rallies, wait for that opportunity to jump around on the ad side, find a forehand, now having success with it as well. Good fight there from Gibson, of course, now. Again, worth noting, Svensson had that early break lead in set number 1. Will he be able to do a bit better here in set number 2? We'll keep an eye on that match for now. Love 30 becomes 30 all here. A couple of much-needed first serves for the 17-year-old Talia Gibson, as I alluded to earlier. Reached her first ITF Pro level final just over a month ago in Chiang-Rai. How about that laser? 5-3, 30 all. No hesitation in that backhand swing, and now Gibson's got herself a set point chance. Herself one set away from a second career ITF Pro final. Gibson does hold, takes that first set 6-3. Let's go back over to our men's semifinal as we wait for set number 2 to begin again. Our first 2 semifinals, each going 3 sets. This match, Bjorn Svensson, the 18-year-old qualifier, took a 2-games-to-love lead. Reimer went on to win 7 of the next 8 games. It's now been 2 straight here for Svensson. He makes a second set push. Forehand sprays on him, though, and look, again, if you are just joining us, that's been the target. 4-gauge Reimer. Point after point after point. Depth, pace, into that ad side corner, just prevents Svensson from directing play with his forehand. Yeah, I was going to say, it's love 40. Is it? As opposed to 15-30? I thought Svensson lost that first point. Won't argue with the scoreboard, I suppose. 15-30 instead. So the break does go to Reimer. And Again, shout out to the eyes. Primer did a good job of this in the first set as well. After a couple of errors in set number 1, just a little passivity to open this match. Has been so steady. Now 40-15 for Breimer. Can we go split screen, super producer Daniel Westhoff? I heard an oh shoot in the background from Bunyaway Timchaiwat. As expected, she's facing some early service game pressure. Talia Gibson has had a couple waves of errors. She's been in every Timchaiwat service game, just swinging freely from the baseline right now. Did you see how heavy that forehand was? Clubbed down the center of the court. Now 2 early break point chances. Meanwhile, Svensson, nice with the behind the back. Unfortunately, didn't matter in the rally. We're back in front now, 6-3, 3-2. And Gibson breaks for the 1-love lead. So changeovers on both our courts. Let's go back to that split screen if we can. Again, I need to take a moment to thank the sponsors here of the SoCal Pro Circuit. It's not just one event, folks. 6 events over the next 7 weeks. Countless playing opportunities being provided to the aspiring juniors, collegiate athletes, players already trying to break their way onto the Pro Tour. All of them going to be able to stay stateside if you're from that SoCal area with these 6 events being provided. I mentioned it for Gage Breimer, just outside the top 500. I believe a win here today puts him back inside that top 500. And with a good 6 weeks, again, he makes a final here this week, let's say. Maybe a couple semifinals over the next 5 weeks as well. He'll find himself in that top 450 in the range to start qualifying for the next level, that challenger level. On the same time, you look for someone like Talia Gibson, 720 in the rankings right now. Again, not even 18 years old. Just to be able to get into 15Ks, 25Ks on her own ranking. Has the age restrictions removed from her playing schedule. She turns 18 later this summer. She'll just have more opportunities to, again, build on that ranking. And thankfully, she'll already be getting into events. Meanwhile, for Timchaiwat, who does still have that 1 year of collegiate eligibility, going to spend it in California at Pepperdine. Just always great to get some playing opportunities under your belt. Match up with some players who perhaps you may not have faced in the past few seasons and years. course, I alluded to Iga Swiatek earlier, the dominance she displayed in Paris. You look for the number 2 seed Gibson. She's dropped no more than 5 games in any of her 3 victories this week. Straight set wins over Kelly Keller, Anita Sadieva, Salamar Colling. Tell you what, if you're one of these Southern California college tennis coaches, you are pleading right now with the 17-year-old Gibson. Can we get you in school for a semester? Maybe 2? She's got the weapons, folks. Chaiwa just struggling to find her range. So it's a 2-love lead now for Gibson. Meanwhile, can we go check in on court number 2? Just want to see what's going on there. Looks like we're in the midst of a medical timeout. Indeed, right now you see on court, and I apologize, camera frozen for the moment. Looks like ice just being brought out to Bjorn Svensson. Go check the weather app for all of you today in Rancho Santa Fe, worth noting. Again, 2-love here. Rancho Santa Fe today, as it looks, 66 degrees. Actually, very mild May Day here. Yeah, Gibson's just swinging freely. Again, does look like the action back on court in Svensson-Breimer, so must have been a medical timeout. Let's go split screen now again if we can. How does the 18-year-old look? Breimer with the set and 3-2 lead. And first 2 points out of the medical timeout going to the 18-year-old Svensson. Meanwhile, again, it feels like Gibson, maybe a chance to even shut the door here early. Great pace from Chaiwa. You got to get Gibson stretched. Obviously, we've seen what happens when you let her play on her terms. Stats from this match. Absolutely brutal. On serve for Chaiwa. try what now? 17 of 39 on service points. She's won fewer than 50% of the points on her serve, fewer than 40% of her return points as well. Meanwhile, Breimer slowly working his way back into the game, 30 all as well. It does feel like we're at potential breaking points for both of our trailing players. Again, wasn't the cleanest there from Breimer. He'll take it now. He's got a break point chance. Great aggression there from Svensson to push forward again, particularly given just saw the injury timeout. Svensson once again had built himself an early break lead just to see Breimer erase it right away. Each of these break points almost feeling like de facto match points against the 18-year-old. That's a nice serve. Ace T when he needs it most. Boy, would he love another one of those big ones here to get him out of this jam. Ball called long, so it's 3-all now. Breimer keeping us on serve. Let's go back to the split screen vision. Gibson still up that early break of serve. Big fist from Breimer. Svensson does seem to have slowed things down here. Earned himself a bit of an opening. Still Breimer now. Massive 30-all point to the left of your screen on the right side. It just feels like Tim Chiwat. She can't get it going now here on the return of serve. A rare opportunity for her to break. Pretty much on her back foot right now against the younger Gibson. That'll play. Tim Chiwat now, break point chance. Break point chances on both of our courts as Bjorn Svensson behind Breimer for the first time in quite some time. He's got a break point chance. Meanwhile, how about that for Tim Chiwat? Got ourselves a match now on court number 1 as we're back on serve 2-all in the second set. Meanwhile, again, can Svensson make it 2 straight games here? Gibson charging back once again, and again, that's been the issue here for Tim Chiwat, just struggling whether it's the first serve, the second serve. A, she's not making the first serve at a high enough clip to put that sort of first serve pressure on Gibson, but B, even when she does, Gibson is just connecting so well on the return of serve. This game has turned into a marathon for Gage Breimer. As we see again, Gibson responding to the slightest of scoreboard pressure, retaking that break lead. It's a big game here for Gage Breimer. Again, for Bjorn Svensson. Medical timeout on the previous changeover. Svensson was up early breaks in sets 1 and 2. Breimer won 5 of 6 games to close out the first. Chance here to make it 4 of the past 5, 4-4-3. Tell you what, there is a vigorousness to the racket speed. The sound of that ball coming off the strings of Gage Breimer. It's always been an enjoyment to watch. Again, dating back to his junior success, was one of, if not the top-rated junior in the United States back in 2012, 2013. Now 2 games away from a futures final here in Rancho Santa Fe. Meanwhile, here comes Gibson. Immediately gets that break back, and you look at the numbers for Talia Gibson today. She's just been solid as the 17-year-old. Good defensive skills there. And look, that's not her bread and butter. You see the power Gibson possesses. Ability to drive that ball to just about any position of the court. Gibson's won 77% of her return point, of her first serve points, 60% of her return points overall in the match. Typically, when those are your 2 stats, you find yourself up a set and a break here in the semifinals. Pretty all here. Meanwhile, let's go back to our split screen vision. Both of these matches in critical junctures right now. Svensson, the 18-year-old qualifier, surfing on the near side of your screen, as is the 17-year-old Gibson here. With the massive first serve, earns 40-30 game point. Ball missed long off the racket of Svensson. Opportunity for Breimer. 2 points away from a chance to serve for what would be his 7th career futures final, first since September 2021. Not yet, says Bjorn Svensson. That is a gutsy and powerful backhand. He forces 30 all. Meanwhile, again, Gibson here, looking to consolidate her break lead once again. Backhand sails on her, though. Breimer misses the backhand long, so game points now for Svensson. 2 now for Gibson, as she sent her on the rise backhand awry as well. That landed good from Tim Chaiwat, so break point chance back.
One!
Made that a little harder than he needed to, but certainly some flash for Bjorn Svensson on that, falling backwards overhead. So 4 all now for Svensson, 3 all for Tim Chaiwat. She gets the break back. We trade a couple breaks here in set number 2. 4-3 all. And again, we're going to stay split screen here, level across our 2-second sets. Winner of today's women's semifinal number 2, going to take on Maria Kazireva. Men's side going to face San Diego's August Holmgren. Svensson with the backhand in the net there. The scoreboard says now 30-15. One would think that's 40 love. So we'll keep an eye on there. Meanwhile, Bunyawi Timchaiwat. It's her 8th service game of the match. She's been broken in 4 of the previous 7. 15 opportunity though here. Meanwhile, again, Breimer does get the hold. I knew that was a scoreboard error. So Breimer now 5-4 lead overall in that second set. 1 game away from a 7th career ITF final. The errors have begun to pile up a bit for Gibson here, and credit to Timchaiwat. I don't think we saw Timchaiwat extend a point beyond 3-4 shots early in set number 1. She started to elongate points a bit here in set number 2 to much success. Bunyawi Timchaiwat, first scoreboard lead for her since very early in this match. Still on serve, but again, breaks of serve, the more common of the 2 things here in women's semifinal number 2. We go back to semifinal number 2 on the men's side. And Gage Breimer had some chances for a look at a 5-3 lead. Svensson able to quickly close that door. Svensson now going to serve, though, to stay alive in the match. There's a frustrated Breimer after that first point error. One of the rare times we've seen Breimer go cross court with his forehand, as opposed to targeting that Svensson ad side. That's more of along the lines of what we've seen from Gage Breimer. So now 15 all. And I do think for Svensson, as he moves forward, again, he'll start his first college tennis season this September at the University of Michigan. Certainly as he grows into his frame, adding some more miles per hour to that serve. You see how well he places that ball. The space he's able to open up, the opportunities there to go +1 backhand, both cross court or in that instance, successfully behind Breimer down the line. I think he hits his spots very well. Question for him again is how does he use that serve to generate more free points? Just make life a little bit easier for himself to set up those baseline weapons. 30-15 though here for Svensson as he looks to extend the match. Man, there's a lot to like about that Bjorn Svensson forehand, though. How well he opens up that angle from the inside out. Again, I know I've been hyperbolic here. If you're a college tennis fan watching that Bjorn Svensson forehand and you think, who does he hit that ball like? I'm going to say it. Reminds me a lot of the ball striking ability of one Will Blumberg. Only 10-time All-American in college tennis history. You see the weapons, you see the mindset and the willingness to move forward right now for Svensson. Big +1 there on a 30-all court. Game point chance now. Oh, that's just exceptional from the 18-year-old. Uses the drop shot, passing shot combination to perfection. He extends our match now, 5-all in set number 2. Let's go split screen now. Again, crunch time in both of our second sets. Gibson able to hold 4-4-all. Second set number 2 in women's semifinal number 2. Again, Gage Breimer 1-5. Excuse me, 2-4 in his 6. Excuse me, 2-4 in career finals, 6-8 in career ITF semifinals. Again, hasn't made a final since September 2021. 1-5 his last 52 weeks in future semifinals. And on one occasion, he did win the first set. He ultimately did advance to the final. Love now for Breimer. Meanwhile, big first point for Tim Chaiwan. Again, 8 service games for her, 4 holds, 4 breaks. .30 love though for Tim Chaiwan as she connects beautifully there on the forehand pass. It's a great point from Bjorn Svensson, unloaded on that forehand return, but the defense from Gage Breimer has been the most reliable skill in this match. And now with that, finds himself one game away from victory once again. Tim Chiwat sails that backhand for 40-30. We'll go full court there. Right now, again, semifinals here. Second session in SoCal Pro Circuit event number 1 coming up after this. We still have our men's and women's doubles finals to go. We'll have action from those matches here for you on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Alex Gruskin, so excited to be steering the ship here for the next 6 weeks. Good hitting from Tim Chiwat there, just steady. Finding enough depth there to push Gibson back off the baseline at least a bit. So again, Tim Chiwat still leading now in set number 2. Meanwhile, here we go. Once again, Bjorn Svensson serving to stay alive in his maiden ITF main draw on the pro circuit level. Big first serve, always a good way to start a game. Really good stuff from Breimer. Smart decision from Svensson. The moment Breimer left him a short ball, he pounced on it, but just need a little better depth, a little more pace. We're at this level, your opponent's just going to get you again. Good approach, better pass. Breimer 2 points away from final number 7. Match point, Breimer.
Let's go. Bring it back. Bring it back.
27-year-old from Irvine, California. 1 point away from regaining his spot in the top 500. Let's go split meanwhile, as we've got set points on 1. So we got to do it for you folks. Chiwat takes the second set. Let's go full on Svensson Breimer. Left cord works in the 18-year-old's favor. Been that sort of week. And again, even if he comes up short here today, 18-year-old Bjorn Svensson has a pro result to build on as he looks towards the beginnings of his college tennis career. But right now, 27-year-old Gage Breimer Massive opportunity here for him to kick off the SoCal Pro Circuit. Had lost his previous 3 semifinals. Now Gage Breimer back into an ITF final. He earns a 6-3, 7-5 victory over the qualifier Bjorn Svensson. And guess what, folks? It's called the SoCal Pro Circuit for a reason. It's going to be University of San Diego's August Holmgren against UCLA's Gage Breimer. That's Southern California tennis in a nutshell, folks. Breimer, Holmgren, your men's singles final coming up tomorrow. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, for August Holmgren now to win the title, he'll have to beat the number 1 seed, number 2, and number 3 seeds. All of the credit in the world to the 27-year-old Gage Breimer. Was just so steady from start to finish, and now should find himself once again back inside the ATP top 500. With that in mind, we go over to court number 1, third set. About to get underway. Yaoi Timchaiwat, 23-year-old, has 1 year left of college eligibility, has been fantastic in her 2 stops, Oklahoma State, last year's San Diego State. And on 17-year-old Talia Gibson, it's Timchaiwat to serve first on the far side of your screen. And that's been the key for Gibson when she's been on her front foot, dictating the terms of play. She has the power advantage. Just again, that ability to stand on her front foot. Timchaiwat doing a great job of disrupting that Gibson rhythm, really locking in on the depth of her first strike. Sometimes doesn't matter what you do, that Gibson first strike gonna hurt you. So 15-30 now. Again, tough to describe the rhythm of this match, as truth be told, there hasn't been much rhythm. With players hit and miss thus far in this semifinal. Meanwhile, you can see on the left side of your screen, the play is just going to keep rocking and rolling. Women's doubles final. Players now out on court. We will see a return of women's singles number 4 seed and finalist Maria Kazireva. Kazireva going to get back on court now to compete in our doubles final. Chaiwat now 40-30 advantage. And Tim Chaiwat's won just 48% of her service points. And boy, does that Gibson backhand just make a lot of sense. It's round, ability to drive through it. Condensed backswing. That, my friends, is what we call a weapon.
Gibson.
Now we're back to deuce here. Tim Chaiwat coming up with the goods when she needs it most. Again, if you're looking for the 4+ shot rallies, the long extended points, this is not the match for you. And if you're looking for two players with those sort of weapons to impose their will, we've got two of them here in Gibson and Tim Chaiwat, the 17-year-old Gibson. A bit off her rhythm over these last 25 minutes. The unforced error count has started to rise. Game point here for Tim Chaiwat. So you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and look at the court positioning. Tim Chaiwat 6 to 10 feet behind that baseline. Gibson perennially inside of it. Now, does Gibson move the best? She does not. You can tell that's something she'll need to continue to work on, is that fluidity in the outer thirds of the court. But she can strike the ball on her front foot. You see where the success has come from for the rising junior. All right, after all of that, it is Talia Gibson. One love lead here in set number 2. Set number 3, excuse me, our final and deciding set here in women's semifinal number 2. Let's go over to court number 1 now. The return of our first singles finalist Maria Kazireva. She's now on court. She's partnering with Veronika Miroshnichenko. Duo's taking on Salamar Colling, Claudia de los Heros Armenteras, and Colling with the University of San Diego ties. As we saw earlier, Kazireva, St. Mary's product. Course, let's go back to our singles semifinal now as well.
Oh!
30. All.
Missed long from Chaiwat again. It took her such effort. Was down a break for the majority of that second set. Ultimately now it's Gibson, the 17-year-old, using that power to draw the early error. I mean, that return, what are you supposed to do with it? So 3-love now, double break lead for the number 2 seed. Let's go over to our women's doubles final. Semifinal Saturday turns into championship Saturday here in the doubles draw. As Colling and De Los Heras, or Menteras, or as I will refer to them just to make it easier on myself, the San Diego doubles team. Early 1-love lead, and worth noting, Solomar Colling, a redshirt junior this past season. Claudia De Los Heras, a freshman. Duo did not play a match together during the past San Diego season. And to Blake Caste, who asks the question, we are indeed going to be commentating both the women's and men's doubles finals, so stick around. We take you 5:24 here on the East Coast, 3:24 in Rancho Santa Fe. Sneak in that cheat meal between lunch and dinner. I guess dinner is what you'd call it. And stick with us here, early break. And again, Solomar Colling. Excuse me, here on the near side of your screen. It's Kazireva, Miroshnichenko. Of course, Veronika Miroshnichenko. Former top 30 player in the nation for the SMU Mustangs. Excuse me. Mirshichenko, not for the SMU. Got my first initial wrongs. I said SMU. I meant LMU. Fifth year, just finishing up her career. The 6'1" lefty. Spectacular in her final collegiate season. 14-0 at the #1 singles spot. So interesting. The MUs, a little LMU, SMU, all California pairing on the near side of your screen, taking on a San Diego duo on the far side of your screen. This is what the SoCal Pro Circuit's all about, providing these playing opportunities to the recent graduates in Kozyreva and Mirshichenko. So with that in mind, let's go split screen here. Four 4-0 lead for Talia Gibson, the 17-year-old, closing in. What would again be the second professional final for her in the past 2 months, second professional final of her career. Obviously that scoreboard a bit behind now. There we go. Updated immediately, 1-all, 15-all. Meanwhile, Talia Gibson, again, just the power, the pace, the pressure she's put Tim Chaiwan under seems to finally have broken the dam. Watching her game, and if you're looking for a more notable pro comparison, fellow youngster, but it just reminds me a little bit of Clara Tauson. The extreme nature of that Gibson forehand grip, how cleanly she hits the backhand. How well she anticipates, as she did there, tracking down that overhead with ease. I don't think Gibson quite has that Clara Tauson level of power, which is blow you off the screen levels of ability, but you see a lot of promise in the young Gibson. And again, even in losing that 6-4 second set, felt like it was because the errors piled up for Gibson. As good of his job as Tim Chaiwan did. Finding more opportunities to attack. Still Tim Chaiwan. Again, 5 overs, 4-1. Maybe no bigger difference from a scoreboard perspective. A couple of errors pile up here for Gibson. Now 40-15. Now let's go full screen. Gibson, Tim Chaiwan, as you see the changeover. Our women's doubles final. Scoreboard lagging a bit behind there. But Tim Chaiwan, you hear the roar. She stops the bleeding. On the board, 4-1-4. If we can, let's look at what's coming up. Not even here at SoCal. We've looked at the pro events, of course, coming up the next 2 weeks in San Diego, but worth noting tomorrow, Rafael Nadal looking to extend his lead. By the way, this graphic could be the lead into a video game. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, well done by you. I'm not sure if I'm playing Top Spin 3. We're getting ready to watch the French Open final. Rafael Nadal taking on Casper Ruud. Ruud into the first Grand Slam singles final of his career. Of course, has reached the semifinals or further in 13 of his last 21 clay court events. 4-set victory yesterday. He was able to stop the momentum of Marin Cilic. These two have never played. And obviously for Rafa, as he looks to expand his Grand Slam record to, in the men's singles count, 222. Certainly a massive opportunity for Rafa. Meanwhile, play resuming in our doubles final. Early break to the SMU LMU duo. It's our singles finalist now, Maria Kazireva, serving on the far side of your screen. Kazireva into the finals earlier today with a 3-set victory over Ya Yang. Surprisingly, no Miroshnichenko in the main draw of singles. Worth noting, Salomir Kalling knocked out in the quarterfinals. Straight sets to Talia Gibson, who of course is leading 4-1 in the third set of the semis.
Sorry. You did nothing wrong.
And 15 all here. I believe this is Salomir Kalling returning on the deuce side of your screen. Yeah, I'd be a little afraid there as well. Good overhead. Put away definitively. I may have been incorrect, by the way. This may be Les Harris on the deuce, Calling on the ad. Meanwhile, let's go back split screen. Don't want to miss any of that home stretch of the third set in our women's singles semifinal. And Talia Gibson, 17-year-old number 2 seed, up for love. With the efficient first strike tennis now, game point chances to take a 5-1 lead. Tough to deal with. 5-1 now for Gibson. Let's go full screen. She tries to reach the second pro final of her career. Obviously some exceptional doubles going on, but got more time for our women's doubles final. Let's see here if Gibson, so successful on the return of serve. And with a break. Times it has been target practice for Talia Gibson, swinging so freely from inside the baseline. Nice response from Tim Chiwap, though. 15-all again. Gibson winning 52% of the return points, of her return points in this match. Yeah, sailed that one a bit. But again, this match is on Gibson's terms. Feels like it's a matter of when, not if. A couple of errors for Gibson pile up. Nevertheless, she'll have 2 opportunities to serve for her spot in the finals. Let's go back to our women's doubles final. San Diego duo of Colling, De Los Harris, taking on LMU graduate Miroshnichenko. SMU, St. Mary's, I should say. Excuse me, graduate in Kazireva. That was a little miscommunication. Felt like Miroshnichenko expected the poach from Kazireva, and on that far side, it is Kazireva on the deuce. Miroshnichenko, the lefty on Murad. Interesting to see them go forehands on the outside, as opposed to having those forehand volleys in the middle of the court. Love the poach there, though. Obviously, our scoreboard a bit behind right now. We head back over to our women's singles semifinal. Leah Gibson now 3 points away from a second final in her young career. Yeah, that landed good. And again, given that extreme nature of the Gibson rip, that's the ball you gotta hit deep down to the center, leaning towards that forehand side. But I love how Gibson regroups. The racket goes for Tim Chiwap. You can understand why. Again, I would venture that in terms of percentage of points that went 6, 7 shots, can't be further than 20% in this match. It's one thing to get to the finish line, it's another to get over it. Just like that, Talia Gibson, a chance to leap over the finish line now, 40-30 she has herself a match point. All right, gets a little shaky. And follows it up with that. So it's back to match point. Talia Gibson into a second ITF Pro Circuit final, 6-3, 4-6, 6-2. She takes it over Bunyawi Timchaiwat. Fantastic tournament for the soon-to-be Pepperdine Wave, but right now the 17-year-old Gibson is just on a hot streak, and you look for Gibson now with her 4 victories here this week. 23-11 now overall in this 2022 season. So with that in mind, we'll have a men's doubles final still to come here on court number 1, but we go over to court number 2, where our women's doubles final is underway. 4-1 lead. Mirshnachenko and Kazireva, although that scoreboard is incorrect, as obviously you look right now on your screen, it's Colling and De Las Harris serving, so give us a second. Play catch up here for all of you. We're going to go O'Manuel in a moment. Love that aggression from Kazireva. Again, Kazireva's into the singles final. She may have been peeking over towards that Gibson match, just getting a little look at what she's got in store for her tomorrow, a match we'll happily have here on our Crack Racquets YouTube channel. Meanwhile, again, we'll get you that scoreboard for now. Super producer Dana Westhoff, you can take that down. It's a good lob. Using every inch of the court available to her. Offset I formation here. San Diego duo. Another error generated, and though this duo, again, 2 different schools here, Kazireva, Mirshnachenko seem very comfortable with one another, putting a ton of returns in play so far. Lob sails just long, though. And again, I believe it's 5-1 in The overall game score, no worse than 4-2 here. It's the returning team on the near side of your screen with the advantage. And there's the break. That's a break. The question is, again, was that a 6-1 first set? I believe it was. Indeed, it was. 6-1 first set. Goes the ray of Kozyreva and Miroshnichenko. And again, that's what this USTA Pro Circuit, SoCal Pro Circuit event, is all about. Offering playing opportunities to players with clear talent, like Miroshnichenko, who again went undefeated at the #1 singles position for LMU this season. Someone like a Kozyreva, top 50 in the country, while playing for St. Mary's, finishes her outstanding collegiate career. Now into the finals of both singles and doubles here in SoCal Pro Circuit event #1. And again, got 6 weeks of action for all of you over the next 7 here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. If we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's bring up the graphic here. What can you expect over the next 2 weeks? Well, over the next 2, we're still in San Diego, as we're going to see 2 events unfold, men's, women's, singles, and doubles over the next 2 weeks. Again, week #2 starting on Monday at the University of San Diego. Week #3 at the Barnes Tennis Center. If you're interested in playing pre-qualifying events, maybe try to sneak into that draw. You can learn more by going to the USTA SoCal website. Of course, again, a shout out to our countless sponsors, whether it be Wilson, USTA, ITF, Bruce Kleege, the Bryan Brothers Foundation, countless others. It takes a team to put on an event like this, and we've certainly got one here for now. Speaking of team, the team to beat. Kozyreva and Miroshnichenko. 6-1. 15 love there. And again, both racing to the net. Maybe a little hesitancy there. Miroshnichenko to take the first overhead, but was all over that second one. Now we're talking. Quick hands from Kozyreva. Kozyreva, one previous doubles title in her career, came all the way back in 2019. Miroshnichenko, 34-18 in her career. She's been top 600 in the world before. That's 2 titles to her name back in 2015 and 16, and right now they're in cruise control towards another one. 1-0 lead here. How do Colling and her partner, Maria de las Heras, find a way here to flip the script and just be the aggressors. Feels like every time we look, again, these two recent college graduates are 2 up at the net, pressing the San Diego duo. Long conference here before service game number 1. This does feel like a crucial one. Again, I don't know if Miroshnichenko, Kazareva have certainly lost some points as returners. I don't know if they've missed a return, though. As that bump lob from Kazareva, she keeps finding success with it. I suppose she has missed a return. Now that I say that out loud, remembering her missing that bump lob long in the team's last service game to break for the set. Finding all sorts of success with her touch on that bump lob and early love 15 deficit. And that's just beating the I formation to the spot. Inside in backhand. Finds the outside of the alley. Well, 30 here. Massive opening. Again, look at that positioning. Miroshnichenko and Kazareva, first 2 up to the net. They've now got 4 break point chances here. Meanwhile, you can see right side of your screen, our men's doubles players now on court. Warm-up now officially underway. Cracked Racquets team continues our coverage here of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. That's tough. Overhead clearly dropped on her faster than expected, but man, feels like everything right now breaking the way of this LMU St. Mary's duo. And it's the college grads with the set and a break lead, 6-1, 2-1. I believe we're getting a ball change now. Over to our men's doubles final as soon as that action gets underway. Alexander Konsbanov, August Holmgren taking on Abraham Asaba, Mitchell Harper. That's better. At this point, why not swing freely? Backhand cross court absolutely pulverized. Again, that's one way, I suppose, to scheme around this Kazireva Mirnashchenko team. Try and find the angles, try and get them stretched. I mean, again, that's just a good serve into the body, good +1 poach. Not much you can do about it there. So 30-15 now. Great serve again, lefty slice into that body. Difficult to hit a runaround forehand on that ball, and so now 2 game point chances here on the Mirnashchenko serve. Again, the lefty providing easy +1 opportunities for her partner at the net. And it's not particularly heavy of a first serve. She's just hitting her spots so well. The center opened after another slice into the body. Kazireva had to massage it a bit, but with that, a 3-love lead, and might as well go split screen here. As fun as it is to watch players sit down, it's also kind of fun to watch them warm up. And warming up right now, again, your men's doubles final over on court number 1. Similar feature, both our men's and women's doubles finals feature a player going to be competing in our our singles finals tomorrow. Of course, on the men's side, August Holmgren, recent San Diego graduate, NCAA singles finalist, or 2 seed in this event as he partners with Alexander Kozbanov. Kozbanov, the 27-year-old former standout all-conference player while at UNLV. Kozbanov knocked out in 3 sets in the singles yesterday by Bjorn Svensson. And they're taking on an all-Virginia Tech duo of Mitch Harper, Abraham Asaba. Love to see some teammates reconnecting back out on the pro circuit. That shift in dynamic. Colin Harris able to finally push forward. Here's something we haven't said quite often. 15-love here for the Toreros. Drop shot was a bold play, but hey, when it's working, it's working. 15 all now. Again, I know I mentioned this already, but both Kazireva, Mirnashchenko, yes, coming off of collegiate careers, but already have earned pro doubles titles in the past. Certainly the extra collegiate experience only could serve to improve their doubles game, although certainly that's a backhand volley Kazireva would like back. There we go. Scoreboard correct now, 30-15. Forehand volley sent long, so game point chances here. And this does appear to be Salamar Colling serving on the near side of your screen. All right, San Diego on the board. 3-1 lead still for Miroshnichenko. Maria Kazireva. Let's go split screen. Double, doubles, final. Feels like you should have the double screen for the doubles action. Though, of course, as I say that, yes, okay, break point chances still coming here. Or no, scoreboard might be a bit behind. Looks like that opening game is in the books.
Right here. Let's go. Let's go. Right here.
May have been an opening break for the already singles finalist, now doubles finalist too. August Holmgren looking for another sweep in San Diego. Meanwhile, Love 15 here. A little bit of an opening. Goes long there, so 15 all. A little conversation, a lack of clarity on the call. I'm sorry, what happened? So we may have Love 15. That call may have been overruled on the chair, but the chair argument, they should replay the point in lieu of just handing the point over, as perhaps one of the two players would have had a play on the ball. That's interesting, though. All right, they would argue score doesn't lie. That would be 15 all now. And again, special moment here, event being played in Rancho Santa Fe. We have 3 San Diego players on court during the doubles final. Obviously, some LMU, St. Mary's ties as well. You almost ask yourself, what are you doing here, Virginia Tech? In that duo, of course, of Harper and Asaba. Fun stuff, no doubt here. And again, Miroshnichenko, Kozlova in cruise control. Although may have to just hit the brakes, take back manual controls. There's a little push here from San Diego. It's a nice ball. So here's a massive 30-all opportunity. Turn sails just long on. Sophomore De Las Heras. serve. So with that 4-1 advantage now. Miroshnichenko. Reva now 2 games away. Meanwhile, breaking a hold for the San Diego UNLV pairing of Holmgren and Kosbanov. And again, I'm emphasizing their schools. The ties to college tennis, certainly an emphasis of this SoCal Pro Circuit. 4 former collegiate athletes currently on court. Worth noting today in the men's doubles final at the French Open was an all-ITA duo, former college tennis players. Aravelo and Roger capturing the doubles title. 3rd doubles player with college ties, Austin Krajcek, in those finals as well. And 40-30 here for the former Virginia Tech Hokies. Saba serving on the far side of your screen. Middle salts the riddle. Harper Saba get on the board here. Still early break for the 2 seeds. Kosbanov and Holmgren lead 2-1. Let's go back to our women's doubles final. Excuse me. So excited for tomorrow's championship Sunday. Getting ahead of myself here. Well, 15 early. That serve miss? Certainly that was an energetic response. Tough to tell while listening closely. Either love 30 here, obviously, or 15 all. Oh! Continue to poach. This aggression has worked. Again, we're only keeping the scoreboard 1 point behind. We're not sure who won that second point. That line, lob down the line, pinch into the net has worked so well. Or Kazi Raven. There we go. We have our answer. 30-40 here. Again, a de facto match point opportunity. Miroshnichenko returning on the ad side of your screen. Had to be a let. Five-one here. recent college graduates, 1 week removed from finishing their collegiate careers, now 1 game away from a first title as full-time pro circuit players. Big serve from the LMU grad Miroshnichenko. 3 points away now. Understand the aggression at this point. Might as well swing freely. Here's Sally Marcolling. And again, for that San Diego duo who still each have 1 and 3 years of college eligibility respectively, to even reach the finals of an ITF event here this week. A massive step forward in each of their development. And swinging freely on the returns now, but still 30-15. 2 points away from the title. That's just awesome stuff out of the corner. Miroshnichenko doesn't love the call, pointing to a spot she thought missed wide. Call confirmed, though, 4:30 all. All right. All right, match points coming up. Deuce point coming up. And they're going to go right back to that ad side of the court. So again, another championship point. Also a break point chance here. Interesting. That's the first sitter Kazareva's missed maybe this entire match. So Colling and De Las Heras extend things. They get a break back 4-5-2, still on the precipice of having that women's doubles final decided. Meanwhile, still a single break lead in our men's doubles final. Kosbanov and Holmgren, the number 2 seeds, up 3-2 on Asaba and Harper. Alex Gruskin here. Part of your Cracked Racquets broadcast coverage of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. You see it on the bottom of your screen, whether it's the contributions from our friends at Wilson, who, of course, have been providing the best rackets in the business for multiple generations of tennis players now. Our friends at the USTA, ITF, of course, some of our individual sponsors, whether it be the Brian Bros Foundation, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation, Crable Capital Management, Bruce Kleege and family. Takes so many people to put on this caliber of an event, and as you see with some San Diego players in the house, healthy crowd on hand here to conclude Saturday's session of play. 3-2 August Holmgren. Always going to recognize that blonde head of hair serving on the near side of your screen. Meanwhile, again, if you're just joining us, Maria Kazireva in the doubles final. Now she'll be competing in our singles final as well. Kazireva, a 3-set win over Yang earlier today. She's going to face 17-year-old Talia Gibson, a 3-set winner herself. Number 2 seed knocking out Bunyawi Timchaiwat. It's going to again be Gibson, Kazireva. On the men's side, August Holmgren. 3-set win earlier today against Duarte Vale. He's going to take on the number 2 seed Gage Breimer. Breimer earned a straight set victory earlier today. Oh, that's good hands. And again, a couple of errors from Kazireva at the net. Uncharacteristic. 15 love there. Meanwhile, how about this? Love 30. In the August Holmgren service game. There's the break back for 3-all in our men's doubles finals. Let's go full screen with the women's now. Little bit of momentum building for Colling and De Las Heras. They hold for 3-5 still. That's why you build that 5-1 lead. Give yourselves multiple opportunities to not only serve, but even break for the match. Now it's going to be Kazireva serving on the far side of your screen. Little I formation to get us started. That's an excellent first volley just off the baseline. Tell you what, in a college match, I'd probably call that ball out. Team love here in the Kazireva service game. Make it 30 love now. Again, Kazireva, 1 doubles title in her career. Came all the way back 2019 from Miroshnichenko, 2016 title, 2017 title as well. Excuse me, 2015 title as well. Net cord goes against them, though. Sticking around right now. Good eyes from Miroshnichenko, and now more match points here. See if they can close it out this time. Your 2022 Rancho Santa Fe women's doubles champions, Veronika Miroshnichenko, Maria Kazireva, 6-1, 6-3. They take it over Colling and De Los Harris. And again, these two recent college graduates, one via St. Mary's, the other via LMU. They were in control of this match from the start. Brief blink there, up 5-1 in the second set, but the aggression they played with, their persistence moving forward to the net. Kazireva so quick with her hands, so effective with that bump lob, move forward, a combination on the return of serve. Well deserving doubles champions. Perfect springboard for them as they resume their play on the WTA Tour. With that in mind, one match to go here on our Saturday session, week number 1 of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. We head on over to our men's doubles final. Trading of breaks, interesting. When we last checked in was 3-all. August Holmgren had just been broken. Holmgren Kosminov responding with an additional break of serve. They now lead 4-3 once again. Holmgren recently finished his playing career at the University of San Diego. Kosminov, former UNLV Rebel, graduated back in 2018. Both Harper and Asaba, products of the Virginia Tech men's tennis team. Kosminov serving far side of your screen. Asaba to return on the deuce side. Let's lock in, folks, on some men's doubles. That is a nice serve, and I had a college tennis coach once tell me 73% of doubles points end in the first 3 shots. That means the serve, the return, the +1 volley. 73% in men's doubles. Good return there. 15-30 now here. You're gonna trade 3 breaks of serve consecutively. Too good. Well struck return from Harper. 15-40 now. 4-3 break point chances. Good math, Alex. And a reminder, doubles, no ad scoring. Deuce point is a deciding point, meaning it's both a game and a break point chance. Of course, still 2 out of 3 sets. Third set being a 10-point breaker. Sets played to 6, win by 2, tiebreaker at 6-all. Big first serve leads to the big +1 overhead. 1 break point chance fought off. How about that half volley from Kuzminov? Kuzminov just able to scoop that backhand cross court with depth. Get that ball by. Extraordinarily aggressive. Asaba there pinching forward at the net. Deuce point coming up. They go back to Harper.
Yes! Come on, Ike.
Big serve there from Kuzminov. Sharp swing on his foot. Had the forehand volley he wanted. Just probably a little too much there. Trying to jam Asaba at the net. So we're back on serve now. 4-all here in our opening set. And coming up tomorrow, got our men's and women's singles finals. Gonna see Kozireva one more time. He takes on as she takes on 17-year-old Talia Gibson. Kozireva, of course, as you just saw, just partnering with Veronika Miroshnichenko, the 2 recent college grads. 6-1, 6-3 winners in our women's doubles final. So we'll get 15-all now. As that return sent long. Smart ball there from Kuzminov. Asaba has just been pressing forward at that net, looking to pinch on just about every point. Of course, just about every coach you talk to will say if you're not getting passed down the line in doubles, you're not doing it right. Not knocking the play of Asaba at all. That's what you have to do there if you're Kuzminov, just to keep him honest. 15-30 now. Oh, again, another great move at the net here. These two teams not shy in the slightest. Got the backhand volley he wanted, just unable to get that one over the net. So 30-all coming up.
Oh!
It's a big rip there from Harper. Good tennis across the board. I think Asaba's going to go back and say, hey, man, that's my bad. Tough backhand volley when you're jammed with that much pace, but probably got to do a little bit more then just float that ball, give Kosmanov the easy rip there at the baseline. That said, that's just good, clean doubles. Break point chances, though, again, this would be 4 straight breaks. Serve able to find that Holmgren backhand. Deuce point coming up. And yeah, given his success on the return, that Holmgren's been poor, but Kosmanov seems to be seeing that ball a bit more cleanly. They're going to go standard or die. Interesting. Regular formation here. Look for the move here on a body serve. Oh, but the serve goes long from Harper. 4 straight breaks it is here. 5-4 now. The number 2 seeds, Kosmanov, Holmgren, going to have the chance to serve for the first set. And again, our other singles finalists, Maria Kazirova, able to capture the doubles title today. So she'll have a chance for the sweep tomorrow. Always fun for us here in the broadcast booth to have the opportunity to look at some sweeps. And again, Alex Gruskin here. So excited is our Cracked Racquets team to be on the call for these 6 weeks of SoCal Pro Circuit events. A huge thank you to our friends. You can see top right of the screen, Wilson, major supporters of this series. Of course, a major thank you to our friends at Track Tennis as well. My main man, Igor, on the 1s and 2s, providing these cameras, ensuring we're able to see these matches in such high quality. Of course, a shout out to the USTA, ITF, for their continued support of pro tennis. People like Bruce Kleege, the Bryan Brothers Foundation, Crable Financial, SoCal Tennis Association Foundation. It's groups like that, individuals willing to invest in this sport to help grow it moving forward here in the United States. It's going to benefit all of us moving forward. Right now, August Holmgren trying to move forward through this first set. Was broken in his last service game. In fact, on this last rotation of 4, starting with Holmgren, all 4 players were broken. Holmgren will take a missed return on a second serve. And with that, now 15 love. Just like that, Holmgren, Kosmanov 1 set away from the ITF doubles title here. 6-4 first set, they take it over Harper and Asaba. Again, coming up over the next couple of weeks here, action continues next week in San Diego. I will be shocked if we don't see August Holmgren play that event as well. And of course, Holmgren played the NCAA Singles Championship last week. Going to play at least 5 more singles matches here this week, along with the doubles success. But he's going to pass up the opportunity to play on his campus next week as the University of San Diego hosting the next event. Of course, men's, women's, singles, and doubles going to be available. We'll have coverage for all of you starting with semifinals Saturday next week. After that, they go to the Barnes Tennis Center. Then a week off before 3 weeks in the greater Los Angeles area. We're so thrilled to bring coverage of all of the SoCal Pro Circuit action this summer for you here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Right now, 6-4 first sets to the number 2 seeded duo of Kosbanov and Holmgren. It's a nice serve overhead combination here from Abraham Asaba to start off our second set. You look for Asaba, 24 years old, still working his way onto the doubles scene. 9 and 16. Oh, excuse me, not 24 years old. That's Mitch Harper. 25 years old is Asaba. Asaba, 32 and 44 in his career. He's never won an ITF singles title. Excuse me. One doubles title for him came this year at the 15K in Orange Park with Sekou Bangura. Asaba 6-14 right now in the current doubles rankings. 30 and 31 for his career. Right now, he and Mitch Harper are struggling. Again, they've been broken 3 times in total. Their last 2 service games, respectively. I believe Asaba's yet to hold in this match. Now, again, Holmgren, Kosbanov, an opportunity here.
Wait, sorry. Yeah!
Early break point chances, 3 of them here. And that's a set and a break for this duo of Kosbanov and Holmgren. Of course, Alexander Kosbanov, multiple doubles titles in his career. He's got 12 of them. One of them coming earlier this season in Sunrise, Florida. Earned 7 of his titles last season. Right now at 259 in the ATP doubles ranking. That's 4 off his career high. Meanwhile, August Holmgren, not a ton of doubles experience for him on tour. 14 and 9 overall. Earned a title last season with Jacob Brum over in Monastir. Good stuff. 2 seats in cruise control right now. So again, given how quickly those breaks came in set number 1. Never say never here. Good get there from Asaba. All right. It's been that sort of match. Just when you think maybe we've hit cruise control, absolutely not. This Virginia Tech duo, Mitch Harper, Hamasaba, 3 break point chances to make it 6 breaks in 7 service games. 6 breaks in 7 service games, folks. Not your father's ITF doubles final here. So we're back on serve, 1-all in set number 2. It's really tough when you can dip that return that low at the feet of Mitch Harper. Admirable that he continues to press forward, but that's an easy +1 pickoff for August Holmgren at the net. Again, it's about to be 7 breaks in 8 service games. All right. Streak is stopped. Harper, Asaba with a rare hold. So we're still on serve here. 2-1 second set. Looking up now, see if we have our schedule out for tomorrow. Still no announcement on that women's singles final. I believe we have an announcement on the men's side. Looks like that match is going to be 1 p.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. Pacific. Of course, our coverage of this tournament will continue tomorrow for our men's and women's singles finals. Have to figure out if they're playing those finals simultaneously or not. Obviously, we'll have coverage from first ball to last on Championship Sunday.
Let's go. Come on.
It's August Holmgren. Going to serve on the near side of your screen. You'll see him in tomorrow's singles final. It's going to be San Diego versus UCLA. Taking on former UCLA standout and SoCal product, Gage Breimer. It's a good ball. Good serve. Again, now 40-15 here. Forehand sails on him here. Of course, in the no-ad format, you don't want to give away anything for free. Difference, obviously, between ad and no-ad. That deuce point, not just a game point, a break point opportunity for your opponents as well. It'll sneak up on you quickly. This is a big 40-30 moment here. As again, yes, Holmgren got that hold at the end of the first set, but they've been struggling on serve ever since. And just like that, volley flopped from Kosbanov. A backhand volley right at his chest. Just elects not to move at all for that ball. And now, as I alluded to, deuce point, break point chance for Harper Asaba. Chance to make it 3 straight games here in set number 2. It's too good. Too good from August Holmgren as he finds the wide serve there. 2-all now. Again, I don't believe Asaba's held once yet in this men's doubles final. All right, 40 love, game point chance here. Should be a much needed, comfortable hold for this duel of Asarper and Hub. I think this would be their first hold at love in this match. Nice volley. Does the trick. 3-2 on serve. Men's doubles final. So far, very little separating these two teams. There was a streak of breaks at the end of the second set. 4 in particular before August Holmgren was able to get a hold on the board. It gets 6-4 for the number 2 seeds. Of course, Holmgren and Kosbanov opened up this second set with a break of serve as well. Was then 2 straight games for the Virginia Tech alums, Harper and Asaba. Traded a couple of holds since. 2-3 on serve. It's going to be Alexander Kosbanov, former UNLV standout, serving on the far side of your screen. Asaba on the deuce, Harper on the ad, on the near side returning. Good pinch forward, and again, we know how quickly these leads evaporate here, 40-30. Point, deciding point. Again, we saw this happen. San Diego's last service game, they were bailed out with a big Holmgren ace out wide. Going back to Harper. It's the unseeded duo. Let's see what Kosmanov can come up with. So it's going to be a look at a second serve. Clutch. Exceptional tennis from all players here. Again, that's the level it takes. If you want to be named a SoCal Pro Circuit doubles champion, 3-all now. In set number 2, level of play picking up significantly here in the pressure moments of the second set. All right. And as we get further along in this set, there's just not as many service opportunities. And for love 30 here for Mitch Harper. Need a free point here. More than anything, need a first serve.
Oh!
All right. Second serve, bailout return there. And again, good continued pressure from Asaba at the net. Yeah, he's been forced into some errors. A big first serve there as well. So 30-all here. It's amazing the things we make on a tennis court, right? Versus the things that we miss. Kosminov has the sitting second serve return at love 30. Sprays that one into the net. There comes up with the on the stretch return. It's now break point chances here for the 2 seeds.
Come on!
He's going to break that racket on his shoe. It's a tough swing into the shoe there, but this time it's Harper and Asaba who dig their way out of some trouble. 4-3 they hold here in set number 2. And folks, now this match is getting good. And again, if you're just joining us, it's match number 6 on the day. Start out with some 3-setters in singles. Ultimately, it was Maria Kazireva. 3-set victory over Yae Young to advance to her first career singles final. Now she's going to take on the 17-year-old sensation from Australia. Number 2 seed here at our event this week. Also a 3-set winner today, Talia Gibson. 3 sets over Bunyawe Tamchaiwat. So again, Kazireva, Gibson, 2 seed versus 4 seed. Our women's singles final tomorrow. Of course, on the men's side, we'll see August Holmgren. 3-set victory for the unseeded NCAA singles finalist over Duarte Valle today. It'll be a fun matchup for Holmgren. He takes on former UCLA standout Gage Breimer. Breimer straight set victory today over 18-year-old qualifier Bjorn Svensson. So again, Kazireva, Gibson, Holmgren, Breimer. Going to be our championship Sunday singles matches. That championship Sunday beginning 1 p.m. Eastern time.
No, come on.
Good serve from Holmgren. It's up 30-15, a little I-form conversation. No, they're going to go regular. Holmgren's hit that wide serve well today. Does he have another one in him? Man, Kosminov has had his chances at the net. Again, highest ranked player on the court in doubles, top 300, 7 titles for him last season. Majority coming at the ITF level. That's that forehand volley, just spray on him. So could have been 40-15 instead, 30 all here.
Let's go.
There we go. It's got to feel good as well, given that previous point. 40-30 now here.
Yeah, please have one more ball. Thank you. All right, let's get this, man. Come on, first timer.
Here's the question. You know they're going back to this side on the deuce point. Do you just rip for a first serve here and say, I've got 4 shots at it? He does not. Smart percentage play. Follows in the short ball return. 2 up at the net. High forehand volley put away by Kosminov. 4-all now in the second set. So we make the turn, on serve, routine hold there for Harper and Asaba. They seem to have found their range. Can they earn the break they need to extend our match to a third set? That's the question. It's going to be Alexander Kosminov, the highest ranked player in our men's doubles final, to serve. After this quick change of sides, again, what a fantastic day of tennis we were treated to here in Rancho Santa Fe. 3 of our 4 singles matches going 3 sets. Right now, Mitch Harper, 24 years old, has never captured an ITF doubles title. Partnered with former Virginia Tech teammate, 25-year-old Abraham Asaba, won his first ITF title earlier this season. But really nice first point all across the board. Good wheels from Harper. Better falling back overhead from Kosminov. 15 love. Harper's feeling himself now. Such great range on that return to serve. 15 all coming up. I think there was some confusion. Holmgren thought that ball may have been called wide. It was not. So 30-15 now for Holmgren and Kosbinov. Just like that. They've been flirting around the edges for quite some time. Set point chances here for Harper and Asaba, two of them. So clutch. Serving from Kosbinov. I don't think Harper loves. Well, I actually think, never mind. Thought he was giving a second look to that line call. I think he's just in disbelief that Kosbinov was able to find that serve. Again, how many deuce point chances has this duo of Harper and Asaba had now? 4 of them. In set number 2, just unable to get the break they need. So now 4 all here. 5 all, excuse me. Bonus time in set number 2. All right. Saw Kosbinov miss his return in the same scenario in the last Harper service game. Does it again. 2 love 30 missed second serve returns for Alexander Kosminov. Now, again, came up with some magic at various points of this match, but you just can't have that happen. Again, second consecutive happened. 3 all love 30. Happens again. 5 all love 30. Back-to-back missed second serve returns. Again, I know it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, but those are your moments. Those are your opportunities for the 2 seeds, and they may still escape with this match. You gotta have those. And then Harper misses maybe his easiest volley of this game as well. Now, again, that's a tough one. Kosminov keeping that ball low, dipped. Smart play by him. Break point chances again for the number 2 seeds. Deuce point magic has been the theme of this set. And will we see some more deuce point magic? I can tell you, I'll make the call. It's going to the deuce side. More likely than not, Harper going to go body here. Asaba going to look to pinch. It's been the same play, routine after routine. Kosminov knows it's coming. We know it's coming. He tries for the tweener. Heck of an effort there. Not much else he could do. Maybe a sky lob, maybe. But you love the attempt still. Kosminov Holmgren will now serve for the doubles title. Again, 12 doubles titles in the career of Alexander Kosminov. 7 of them coming last season. 1 of them even at the challenger level. Won another title earlier this season. Currently ranked inside the top 300 of the doubles rankings. Meanwhile, August Holmgren, just the 1 doubles title in his career. Came last season. Another college player, former Cal Bear turned Baylor Bear. Jacob Brum. Still for Holmgren. 3 sets on his body from today's semifinal singles match. All the matches he played last week in Champaign as well. It's a lot of tennis on the body of the now 24-year-old. Holmgren, though, will have the chance to serve for the title. I suppose that's something to keep in the back of your mind, should he have this opportunity in tomorrow's singles final. Will be the 2nd title he's served for on the week, so perhaps a bit of experience. That's ridiculous. First of all, heck of a get from Holmgren just to extend the rally. Makes that bump lob drop over the head of Asaba and Harper. Love the baseline overhead from Harper. The depth of his backhands as well. First point to the Hokies. Former Hokies, I should say. In Harper and Asaba. Yeah, sorry for the language there. You can see again the frustration mounting for Kosbanov. Couple choice expletive words. Had the backhand volley he wanted, just could not shank. Excuse me, could not bunt that ball down. So now love 30. Little extra chutzpah. Find that overhead as well. Ball fenced by Alexander Kosbanov. 15-30 now.
This one. Oh! Squat. Yep. Yep. Out!
Break point chances. Benasaba, 3 of them here to stay alive. Force a second set breaker. Now again, feels like just about every service game for Holmgren and Kosbanov has started out 15-40 or 30-40. One fought off for 30-40. That's just exceptional work. Mitch Harper tracking down everything again. Kosbanov has had some volleys he would love to have back. Nevertheless, have to give some credit here to Harper and Asaba. They've scrapped, they've clawed, they forced themselves a second set tiebreaker. Harper already in that I formation position. It's an offset I here. Good second serve. 1-love. Needed that one. Still 2-1 Harper Asapa with the mini break lead, but again, a routine point for Kosbanov there, much needed. Return 3-all. Serve here. Oh, splits the middle. Are we sure? I think our scoreboard might be incorrect here. I think it's 4-3 Asaba Harper. Good eye from Asaba to let that one fly. So now a 5-3 lead here as they look to force the third. And again, third set breaker. Their third set in men's doubles, a 10-point breaker. Now 6-3 triple set point. Of course, the first two. Let's go to a third, folks. Harper Asaba sending us to the third set breaker. Now they've already knocked off the top seeds first round of this tournament. They knock off the 2 seeds as well. Gonna have the opportunities to do just that. And Alex Gruskin here for our final match. Tournament number 1 here of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. And a massive thank you to our friends across the board, whether it be Wilson, USTA, ITF, SoCal Tennis Association Foundation, the Bryan Brothers Foundation, Bruce Kleege, countless others. Our friends at Track Tennis, of course, as well, who make broadcasting this tournament a possibility. It's been a fun day of tennis. 3 3-set matches in singles. Now a third set super breaker. Played to 10, win by 2. Decide our men's doubles final. That was a seesaw second set. Obviously worth noting, August Holmgren served for the match. Kosmanov and Holmgren had that 6-5 lead. Never reached match point, though. And Harper and Asaba riding that early mini break lead all the way to victory in that second set breaker. So third set tie break to go. Of course, again, a reminder of the action that happened in Paris earlier today. Iga Swiatek continues to sketch her name in the history books. 35 consecutive wins, ties Venus Williams for the longest win streak in the 21st century. Swiatek dominant in her straight set victory today over Coco Gauff. Again, the 2-time now Grand Slam champion has double the points of the second place player right now in the WTA points race. More points than any player accumulated throughout the totality of 2021. And has just looked exceptional. Was up 4-0 on Coco Gauff in about 18 minutes. Now, again, so much credit to the 18-year-old Gauff, already into her first slam singles final. The young American has been exceptional. You look right now in the points race. Not only is Coco Gauff all the way up to number 13, a new career high in the live rankings, but in the points race, Coco Gauff, 4th right now in total points accumulated. There are 5 Americans in the top 12. Pegula, Gauff, Collins, Keys, Anisimova, Sloane Stevens right now in the top 30. Fun time for American women's tennis. Badika Swiatek, maybe the stories of all stories. Hard to argue there's a more dominant athlete right now in their sport than her. 35 consecutive victories on hand. Of course, tomorrow, arguably the most dominant sport of any athlete in history, Rafael Nadal looks to take a record-extending 22nd Grand Slam singles title. He's going to take on number 8 seed Casper Ruud. First matchup between these two in their career head-to-head. Nadal, the 3-hour, 2-set victory after Sasha Zverev tears ligaments in his ankle prior to the start of that second set breaker. Meanwhile, Casper Ruud, 4-set victory against Marin Cilic. Feels like he's yet to play his best tennis in this clay court season. Nevertheless, into his first Grand Slam final. Still waiting on Holmgren's team to come out here. Holmgren, Kuzminov, your number 2 seeds, taking on Abraham Saba, Mitch Harper. With that in mind, let's get back to our championship doubles final here. August Holmgren serve first on the near side of your screen. And first to 10, win by 2. It's rock and roll. There's the aggression. Early mini break to the challengers, Harper and Asaba. All right, 3-0. Harper and Asaba do their job on serve, protect them both. And we'll switch sides every 6 points. First to 10, win by 2, mini break in hand. Apologize, police coming after me. I know that siren coming over in Rancho Santa Fe. 1-3 now, first point on the board. Nice sequence of forehand volleys there from Kuzminov. Again, things running away here from our number 2 seeds. Credit to this Virginia Tech duo. Mitch Harper was down love 30 in his 3 all-service game, his 5 all-service game. Asaba's broken in his first 3 service games of the match, and yet double mini break lead in hand. 5-1 as we make the first turn. And if you're asking me who has been the better traditional doubles team, pressing forward, poaching at the net, putting their volleys away when the opportunity presents itself. It's the 2 former Virginia Tech Hokies here. Make it 4 points away. All right, they give one away. Still the double mini break lead here, 6-2 for Harper and Asaba. Much needed 2 holds for Alexander Kozbinov. Serves here for Asaba. Nope, 2 serves here, excuse me, for Harper. And probably have to have at least one of them here. Here are the 2 seeds. One way to start. Beautiful little half volley scoop from Kozbinov. Knew Harper was coming at him, was ready for it. Good angle from Holmgren there just to get that backhand return out of Asaba's reach. 6-4 now. One of the mini breaks gotten back. Too little, too late. Good hands from Asaba. Still, they got one back. Obviously, these 2 serves a necessity now. Good memory from Mitch Harper. Is indeed August Holmgren's 2 points to serve here, 4-7 now. Good memory from August Holmgren. We would have run back the tape for him. This is the correct configuration. It's just surprising because, of course, Holmgren's yet to serve on that side of the court here in doubles. 5-7 as we make the turn. Single mini break deficit right now. Again, 3 of the 4 players on this court have won ITF doubles titles before. The one that has not is Mitch Harper. Harper in the white hat on the far side of your screen. Partnered with his former Virginia Tech teammate, Abraham Asaba. Asaba just the 1 title, which he earned earlier this season. And 12 for Alexander Kozbinov, 1 for August Holmgren. I don't know if Kozbinov was going to get there. Lost his footing. Is he expecting that ball to be smacked at him? Still, he'll take it. Again, the relentless positivity of one August Holmgren down just a single mini break now. 7-6 Harper Asaba. Asaba serving. It's a great first volley from Asaba. Good return from August Holmgren to get the point started. 8-6 now. Relentless. Absolutely relentless with their aggression right now are Harper and Asaba. And just like that, triple match point. Tell you what, know for certain this one is Kosbanov. Match point number one, fought off. Great stretch backhand volley there from August Holmgren. Good clean living. Good serve. Still final match point coming up for Harper. I formation called. Saba was ready for that +1 ball. August Holmgren finds the one corner of the court not covered by Mitch Harper. We play on 9-all. Again, August Holmgren served for this match. Up 6-5 in that second set. Little redemption there for our Rancho Santa Fe singles finalist on that backhand return. What angle. Heaviness of that shot. 9-all now as we make the turn, and certainly Holmgren has been playing at a slower pace than his opponents, Harper and Asaba.
Come on.
What a serve into the body of Alexander Kosbanov. Match point number 4 now for Harper and Asaba. Of course, the third match point that's been on the serve of Holmgren and Kosbanov this time. August Holmgren serving down match point 9-10. See what the play call here is. Responds with heavy into the body himself. The crowd goes relatively wild. Of course, again, we're in San Diego. August Holmgren just finishing his San Diego career. But 10-all now at the turn. excuse me, 10-all here, not at the turn. Body serves do the job, and now it's match point Holmgren, Kosminov, and I'd point out, yes, they served for the match. They did not have match points. So I believe at 11-10, and if we don't go up to 11 on our numbers, just go 1-0 here, Westhoff. This is the biggest lead and the first match point for the 2 seeds. Fought off by a Harper break. So 11-all now. A Harper poach, excuse me. So first match point fought off by Harper and Asaba. Oh, that's great. That first volley executed by Asaba, the pressure he's feeling moving forward behind that second serve to stick it with the depth he did. Champion-worthy stuff. Match point number 5. Coming up for the unseeded duo, second one, excuse me. On the 2-seed serve. Whew. We make the turn at 12-all. That one almost landed. Again, first third set breaker for this unseeded duo of Harper and Asaba. They knocked off the top seeds in straight sets in their first round match. Don't believe Holmgren and Kosminov have lost a set either. Maybe this will jinx it, but for what it's worth, on our manual scoreboard, tiebreaker numbers go up to 20. We'll reset after that if it gets to 20-all. For now, 12-all. One more serve for Kosminov. That's the second serve he finds.
This one.
Heavy slider out wide at 12-all in the third set breaker. Come on now. All those shanked volleys, missed second serve returns, they're out the window. Match points, Kosminov, Holmgren, they're second.
Hey.
13-all. And for what it's worth, Kosminov and Holmgren yet to have a match point on serve. Harper and Asaba, 5 of them, with one of them being on serve. That's just juicy. Good return from Kosminov. Better first volley from Asaba. Match points. Former Hokies again. Another one on the return of serve, but still, they're 6th. At this point, no matter who you are, you're feeling the sting after today's doubles final. Late service change, the right call from August Holmgren. We're a point behind here as we go to the deuce side, all square.
Can I have the other one too? I'm kidding. Yeah. That's good.
Match point coming up. I actually think we might be a couple numbers ahead here. We definitely have the right gap. No doubt in my mind. No, excuse me. Stick hold. You are true. 15-14 here. Again, it's been a long day for us here at Cracked Racquets. Nevertheless, match points once again.
15, 14. Okay. Sorry.
Oh, that's so good. All right, it's getting too good here, folks. As we make the turn here, score is confirmed. 15-all, 30 points down. We're switching out in the sixes. All right.
Want to go here? Yes. Here. Sorry. Here? Yes. Here.
I mean, this isn't an instant of all of these players, fumbling under the pressure. It's not as though we're seeing a streak of double faults or a streak of missed returns. Just damn good tennis. 16-all here in our third set breaker. Is that the one? I think Kosbinov thought Holmgren was going to poach there. The last time and the only match point that's been on the serve of Asaba and Harper. Harper hit a serve out wide. Holmgren, a ridiculous short angle cross-court backhand winner. Another return winner from August Holmgren down match point. Another one. At a certain point, you just got to ask, is this divine intervention? Oh my. It landed in. It landed in. We might actually stress our scoreboard beyond 20 all. Sixth turn of the super breaker. 18 all in the third set breaker.
Come on, one more here. All right, let's go. I'll take it. Go, Alex. Yes, I'm ready. Okay, let's go. Yeah. All right, right here, Alex. This one. Hey. Back.
All right. Can Holmgren do it again? Another match point opportunity on serve. This time it's Asaba, though. His first match point on his serve. I mean, come on now.
No mail on the first? No. This time, yeah. Good call. Let's go. Way to make me do that. Promise, you will do this? Yes, Alex. Yes.
There it is. They finally earn a match point on set point, on serve, and they get the job done. What a match. What a breaker. What a day of tennis. Alexander Kosminov, title number 13. August Holmgren, title number 2. And again, Harper and Asaba were right there. Had their chances, played well enough to win the title. But yeah, looking up to the heavens, deservedly so, is August Holmgren. As again, title number 1 for him on the day. And guess what, folks? That means tomorrow we have an opportunity for the title sweep. That's right, everyone. You look at tomorrow's singles matches. We'll start on the men's side. Men's doubles champion, NCAA singles finalist, University of San Diego, now graduate Austin Holmgren, gonna have the opportunity to make it a clean sweep here in Rancho Santa Fe. He'll take on former UCLA standout number 2 seed Gage Breimer. That will be our men's singles final coming up, I believe, 1 p.m. Pacific time. Now, I'm not sure if the women's match is going to be played simultaneously or not, but I'll say this. Our women's singles finalist, number 4 seed Maria Kazireva, a chance to sweep this Rancho Santa Fe event as well. She was one half of the winning doubles duo earlier today. She'll take on 17-year-old and number 2 seed Australian Talia Gibson in our women's singles final as we conclude our coverage of week number 1 here of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, a full 6 weeks of coverage coming up for all of you fans over the next 7. We'll see some of the top juniors, some of the rising collegiate stars, pro players still looking to make their breakthrough. Going to be a fun 7 weeks of tennis. And of course, a massive thank you one last time to our friends at Wilson, the USTA, ITF, the Bryan Brothers Foundation, SoCal Tennis Association Foundation, people like Crable and Bruce Kleege, the people who help make these sorts of events possible. It does not happen without their immense contributions, and we appreciate their support of our efforts here at Cracked Racquets. As again, we are so thrilled to play a role over the next 7 weeks of action. Again, coming up tomorrow, our Rancho Santa Fe men's and women's singles finals. But for now, that'll do it for Semifinal Saturday. For our fantastic super producer, Daniel Westoff, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. We will see you all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time. But for now, we hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.